Good morning. Good morning and welcome to Elk Grove Unified School District's special board meeting. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Public comment. During special board meetings, the public may make public comments on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. 1, requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. And I'll now read our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community. And now I would like to ask if somebody would like to volunteer for the Pledge of Allegiance. I always forget. Okay, thank you. Okay, and I will turn it on over to Mr. Hoffman to share the overview of the day.
Thank you, President Jamerson. So very excited about today. One of our regular workshops that we do in the spring, and the main two topics today are front and center in a lot of the work that we're doing. So we have a team of folks that are here to help us work through the facility master plan update and a little bit of an update with regards to potential bond moving forward. Great amount of work, and the team has come together on a fast timeline, trying to make sure we get a comprehensive look at all of our facilities. You'll see that we've actually physically walked every single school, every single facility across the entire district, and the facility assessment work. And so a lot of today will be some definitions to make sure everyone's on the same page and we understand what we're talking about for the board and for the community. But there'll also be the opportunity to dig into some of the work that we're actually finding. And we'll spend a little bit of time. We've talked about this concept that we are 320 square miles. Long term, we are a growth district. But what you'll see within the district are pockets of extreme growth and other pockets where we're like every other district in the state of California, and you actually see declining enrollment, and we're offsetting that work. So really interesting work, and we'll highlight two of the areas that are we expect to be our fastest growing area. So a lot of great work there, and then we'll talk through some ideas with regards to potential bond, how we might configure them in a way that will help us meet the needs of the district, and also be something that the community will be able to support. So we'll work through that. Second part of the meeting will be talking about budget priorities and the transition from the ESSER plan that now is set up in the board priority work. As a reminder, the ESSER funds go away June, technically September of this year, but those one-time funds are done. We are working with the board direction we've already received with regards to keeping the board priority positions in place using one-time funds to be able to do that work. And we'll have a little bit of that conversation. But today's work is really about providing a framework for the board, for the community, and for staff to understand the process by which we will try to evaluate this work and these programs and these services in a way that gives the community, gives staff, and gives the board something to hold on to as we make decisions. And that's really going to be the work that we do. So there's actually three different types of information that we'll provide the board. There's a pilot survey that we've done some work with. We have our big perception survey that will happen this spring where everybody will get an opportunity to see. So those are very interesting and good work. And then we're also going to give a little bit of a peek into the work that the program managers do in our work all the time. And you're going to see a template of the work that we do that will help the board, the community understand how we're constantly identifying what's in place, what our expectations are, and then reliance on the data that we will use to determine whether these programs are being effective. So a lot of great work today. Staff, thank you for all the work, and our partners, thank you for being here to make this work. And with that, I'll turn it over and we'll get started.
Okay, so Ms. Coates, Dr. Coates, if you can please come to the presentation.
All right. Well, just as Superintendent Hoffman said, we're really excited to be here to give an update. This is, as you'll hear and see, a tremendous amount of work and you'll have 4 of us up here, and it has been tens and 20s of people walking the sites, doing funding analysis, just making sure everything happens, plus the thousands that have provided some input on priorities throughout the community, throughout the school sites. So it's exciting as we're nearing the end. We're not at the end to give an update. There's still time for feedback and prioritization as we get closer to wrapping up the long-range facility master plan. I'll bring up Leona Kettrell and Erica Kuntz from PBK, our architect firm that we have partnered with. I'm also going to bring up Sue Bell, who has really been such a leader. She's our Chief Facilities Officer, to come help facilitate the presentation. And then in time, Lori Ranieri from Government Financial Services will come and give an update on potential bond options and scenarios, knowing we're not anywhere close yet, but we're keeping everything in our forefront. Okay, so here's the agenda today. We're going to give the process update. We're going to look at our 10-year enrollment projections. We know they're going to be precisely wrong, but approximately right, depending on what happens. Current and future developments, our educational adequacy, which is our education specifications that were done in 2019. We'll give a background on that. Facility conditions assessments, which has really driven what the bulk of the makeup of the facility master plan is, our community input, the types of projects that we could and should be doing. And then we want to show some example sites, and we do have an interactive website. That was something that was really important. So we'll show you what the website looks in this presentation. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to the PBK team. I've got some chairs up here, so we don't have to stand.
Good morning. As Dr. Coates said, I'm Leona Ketterl, and I'm here with Erica Kuntz from PBK. And we'd like to thank you for inviting us to help you with your facility master plan. And it's been a challenge with the schedule, and it's been pretty darn exciting too. And so we're very happy to share where we are in the process with you right now. So we began in November. The district engaged PBK to assist in developing the facility master plan. We did our due diligence in November and December, and a lot of these categories kind of overlap over the past few months. We visited your plan room and just dove into the existing plans, the sites, the existing conditions throughout December and actually through January as well. We did assessment walks. So we had teams of people, as Dr. Coates mentioned, that looked at everything from the roofs to the pavement. I mean, literally everything, and we'll go into that a little bit more. We entered that data as we did those walks. In January, we started to look at capacity studies with the district. We looked at having as much community engagement as we possibly could. So we've met with student groups, we've met with specific topic groups like special ed, safety and security. We've met with curriculum leaders. We've met with, like I mentioned at the beginning, the community at several different community engagement meetings. And then through the course of February, we started to develop these project lists, which is what I call them, and we'll go into those in greater detail in a little bit. But starting to look at what those needs are from all of these different points of view and turning that into the plan for the future for the next 10 years and putting costs to those projects. And here we are in March, presenting it at this workshop so we can get your input as well. Okay. A little bit on the enrollment projections. The very obvious thing is that there has been a little bit of an overall increase. And as Dr. Coates mentioned, it is projected in different areas of the district. It's not evenly distributed growth. In some areas, it's showing a little bit of a decline. And we've organized the slide to show elementary schools, the current enrollment in yellow, the projected enrollment in 5 years in orange, and then in 10 years in green. So you see on the left, elementary schools, middle schools, and then on the right, high schools. The other are adult ed, things like that. And then more probably relevant is looking at projections by high school region. And so this really illustrates the unevenness of the enrollment growth. You see in Pleasant Grove High School region, that's where the enrollment soars, and likely due to development going on in that area.
Yes, good morning. As we've worked through this, we've done a lot of analysis regarding the residential development that's occurring throughout the district. And we've noticed that we've got two hotspots in particular. One is up in the Rancho Cordova region where Sunrise and McGarvey are. And we're studying that really carefully. We watch every single month what new developer fees are coming in, so we know which housing starts are taking place. And we've got up there 2 additional school sites. One is going to start in very soon. We're going to be doing the plans and everything for it. It'll be just like the Miwok School, or very similar to the Miwok School. And then it will probably construction will start with the site part first, and it'll start probably in the fall. And then following in the spring, we'll start doing the buildings. And that will open in 2006 for the 2027 school year. The other hotspot that we're watching is in South Elk Grove, where Miwok Elementary School is. There's 3 additional sites down there, and we're constantly watching that as well and trying to determine, are we going to need 2 of those sites, 3 of the sites? So we're watching that one also very carefully. As far as future schools go in the Rancho Cordova region, we have Grant Line 208 up there, which, as you can see, is opening in July of 2026. That is already very well underway. We've got the proposed high school, middle school site, and then elementary school number 4 is shown there as well. Our formula for the high school, middle school, and typically this is what has worked in the past for Elk Grove Unified. As soon as we have 4 elementary school, that is kind of what is the trigger to bring on another high school. And so as we see the Grant Line 208 school start to fill, the next elementary school will have to start building that, and then we'll launch into a high school, middle school after that. That's the timing that we'd like to see. And if we think about what kind of time frame does that look like? As we study the projections, we look and see elementary school, maybe we will start doing that in 2029, the planning of it, so that the school is ready and to be opened probably in 2030. And then as that pushes into the high school, middle school population, if we look at the timeline on the right-hand side, we could begin the planning process for the new high school in 25, 26, and then you can follow along so that in 2031 to 2032 is when we are anticipating the high school might be needed. That can change depending on that assumes that we're doing a comprehensive middle school, high school, so everything that we typically do. Because of the population demand may be a little bit different. We may do a smaller or phased in kind of school. So maybe we start with core facilities and the other things get built out in subsequent years. So that timeline could change. It could get compressed as needed.
We usually wait until the completion to ask questions, but given this particular one and the fact that the presentation itself is so voluminous, can we ask short questions?
I would say short clarifying questions. Yes.
Okay. You're in an area, I may have questions, so go ahead.
Okay. Sure. So that's about what I have to say on the high school, middle school. If you have a question now.
Yeah, let me ask.
Okay.
You made reference to we in terms of the middle school, high school, we would look at, maybe building a facility in which we could phase in from a point to a full point. But given construction costs and the way they keep going, would it not make sense just to build the facility irrespective of the number of kids that would be there when you open it, knowing that with the projection in a few years it would be full?
I think I'd have to think about that a little bit more, because then you would build an entire campus and maybe portions of it would not be used.
Right.
So then you've still got to take care of those things. So there's a cost for that. So there's just a lot of costs that I think we'd have to look at and see, does that make sense? Because you'd have the initial huge cost to build everything when it may make more sense. But again, I'd have to to look
Oh,
at it. What do
yeah.
we build first? We've got to have the core, the classrooms that are absolutely needed, the MP, cafeteria space, the library, the admin building. And then everything else, additional classrooms, maybe it makes sense to hold those out and add them as they're needed.
But you could build, one alternative could it not be is to build a shell, not complete your classrooms, but to have the main structure done again from a cost perspective.
Yeah, just one thing, Joan thought, Sue, and give you time to kind of think through, as we're kind of learning as we go through this, and Elk Grove High School is an interesting thing to be able to learn from as we're working through this. What could be in the design, because the design has to happen, is we build a significant portion of the building, but maybe we build the two-story, an additional two-story classroom
Yeah.
Down the road like we're doing at Elk Grove. So a lot of work to be thinking through, but we know, I say knows too strong a term. We strongly believe that we're going to go about building this site slightly differently than how we've done previous sites, because the distance factor and the growth that's happening in that area, we're going to need to break ground sooner than we would traditionally break ground on a high school, I believe. And part of that will be, and then we'll talk about this, but being able to build a high school, there's a whole lot of things, and the other new elementary schools, a whole lot of other things need to fall in place, including local funding, including matching funds from the state. If there's no state bond, there's no one to pay for half of the new. So there's a whole bunch of things that have to happen, but we think we're going to need to do this sooner than is traditional. And I think the Elk Grove site does give us some learnings on how to build on a campus while we're still running a school.
Thank you, Sue.
Does Kristen want to add?
Not to add too much more, but to your question, Mr. Fortuna, it's always going to be more cost effective to build the entire thing all at once. But the funding, as Superintendent Hoffman said, if we don't have the funding available and we need the space to address any overcrowding or student need or just regional geography, the phase and approach is something that has worked well in other areas. But yes, it is more costly.
That's the piece that I wanted to comment on. It's not that it doesn't make sense to build ahead. It's that we need a blend of funding, and for the state's share, which is about half of this, they don't kind of take us at our word that the students will materialize. There are certain triggers that have to be met. So like evidence that the kids are there or about to be there. And that's what makes it hard for us to move in advance of that population actually arriving. And you guys have talked, a couple of you, about phasing, and I'm starting to believe we're going to have to do some kind of phasing so we can move as fast as possible. But what that means, it's not like some of us who have seen it, maybe the way churches build, right? Or maybe it's one building. Phasing for a school means you start with a fully functional smaller school, right? We're not really able to cut many corners except for maybe classroom wings that we would add later.
Okay, so then in the south area, this illustration shows this elementary school sites that are available. And we are looking at that pretty closely. We're thinking that it could mean another elementary school in the south area at almost the same timing as the Grant Line 208 project. That, as I mentioned earlier, is something that we're studying. And we're also looking at the schools in that area to see if there's some other means that we can extend and capture some of the students that are going to come between now and the time that school is going to open. And again, we talk about funding. Funding is always going to be a huge part of this, because at the moment we've got the Grant Line 208 project that's coming along. And there are a series of other sources of funding that we can get, and there are general obligation bonds. They're all listed there. Developer fees is what will pay for the Grant Line 208 project. but there aren't enough developer fees at this time to build that school and another school and the high school. So these are other sources of funding that we need to consider in order to make the master plan activities happen.
Sue, just one point on that real quick. One of the things when we went through the Measure M, this last 8-year process in which we built multiple elementary schools, one of the advantages we had was because of Measure M being in place, and we also did a refinance on the CFD, we were actually able to pre-fund schools. So we were paying the full construction costs of so then we were waiting 2, 3, 5 years for the state to reimburse, because the least the source you can rely on the least is really the state level bond most recently, because we never knew exactly when it would be in place, how much would be there, and how long before projects would be funded. So having that wide variety of funding sources, and again, this last spell, having Measure M in place gave us significant flexibility with regards to that. And so moving forward, that'll be part of the conversation as we identify our total need within the facility world.
Okay, when we talk about educational adequacy, we're actually referring to our ed specs, and the ed specs, as some of you may remember, was a pretty big endeavor that we undertook. We had a solicitation for different firms to come out and write those for us. And we ended up with a conglomeration of 3, and we called them the Dream Team. So it was a group of 3 firms that joined together, and they created what we call the ed specs. And that is the sort of a recipe for how our schools get put together. What's important, it takes our vision of what we see our facilities should be and puts them together. It identifies the important things, classroom sizes, everything that we hold dear and important to us is part of the ed spec. So it'll tell about how an elementary school should look, how a middle school should look, how a high school should look. And so if you go through it, you can see all those different aspects and what each of those particular components of those schools is supposed to be. The purpose of it is to just identify every single space. What is that supposed to look like? And as we move forward, we do new schools, they're supposed to look similar. And all of the components that are in the ed specs are represented in each of these new schools that we build. And it also goes through to modernizations. As we modernize, we try to bring those ed specs in so that even these older schools do reflect the importance of our ed specs, and it also has those components in there as well. Kind of an example, Miwok was the first school that we did with the new ed specs, and there were a few things that were kind of a paradigm shift of how we had done schools in the past. Some of our older elementary schools, we do have an interstitial space between classrooms, but what I found as we wandered through there, more often than not, they were storage spaces. But at Miwok, we have kind of broken that down, as with the older schools, the storage spaces were sometimes broken up by casework so that it didn't give the visibility for the teachers to have students out in that common space, and it therefore ended up just being a storage space. With Miwok, we broke that down a little bit. We took some of that casework out, and that was something that was identified in the ed specs. So now when you go into that space, it's very much more interactive. Teachers can see into the space, so they can have little breakout groups that can go out in there. There's more windows along each side. And then when they can have different activities in there, which will allow for bigger groups, because those projecting casework items aren't there anymore. So that is one of the things that if you go and look at Miwok, it's vastly different than how some of our other schools are in that space specifically. Oh, and here we go. This is the process that was set up as we developed the ed specs. We had a team that was the leadership team, and they went through and kind of guided all of the different meetings that we had. There were a lot of discussions regarding curriculum, special ed, technology, security, everything that goes into building a school. Then we had some community-wide forums. There were several of those, and in those, they had workshops and activities that brought those people that came to those meetings together. They worked in teams to identify things that were important that they thought should be a part of our new ed spec. There were some tours, and there were a lot of work sessions. And the process, I think, took almost a year. And if you look now, you can see how that document has influenced as you compare it against what we've done at Miwok and at some of the schools that we've done modernizations like at Elk Grove High. This is Leona, back to Leona.
So the educational specifications are really the curriculum, heart and soul of what the facility master plan should reflect. As Sue mentioned, they inform what a elementary, what a middle, what a high school looks like, not just looks like, but how they function and how they facilitate the educational program delivery and what teachers are now doing, what they can do in the future. And those breakout spaces that she talked about are a critical component in group-based learning, in small project work. They also provide a space for respite for social emotional learning. If a child needs to just be away from the group, it's a place to do that. So they provide a multitude of functions and really inform how the facility master plan kind of takes shape. So in terms of the facilities and the existing conditions, we had a variety of ways of gaining information about the district. We did our due diligence in understanding Elk Grove through various lenses. The physical conditions through the facilities conditions assessment. We talked about having the walks with various teams. Each site, and I want to commend the district and the principals at each site because everyone welcomed us, and this was a planning extravaganza. I mean, it was an amazing feat to be done in the course of less than 2 months. We had teams of engineers, our company called Leaf. They are mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineers, and they looked at all of the mechanical systems. They went in every utility room. They looked at the utilities on the roof, plumbing, everything mechanical, electrical, plumbing in a building. They also looked at fire alarm devices, cameras outside, low voltage devices. And we also had our team called Beam, our Beam team. It's about the building envelope. And they looked at roofing. They looked at exterior walls, windows, doors. And then our architectural team, we looked at everything inside the buildings from ceiling tiles to lighting to wall coverings, wall finishes, paint, flooring, carpeting, thresholds for tripping hazards. We also looked at the sites. We looked at parking lots. We looked at play fields, hard courts, basketball nets, stadiums, bleachers, you name it. So these 3 different teams all walked each site and not always on the same day. So it became, like I said, it was a feat of scheduling just to be able to do that. And it worked. We did it. We also took into account the community through listening sessions. We held community engagement meetings. We had targeted input sessions, and I had mentioned this earlier with specific groups. We also got as much input and feedback as well through site and community surveys. So we sent surveys to each of the 68 school sites. And at each community meeting, and frankly, every meeting, we showed the QR code for taking a community survey. So if anyone forgot or didn't have an opportunity at one meeting, it was mentioned at every opportunity, advertised on your website. And there is also a facility master plan website, which we'll take a look at, but anyone could take the survey from the website as well. So a little bit about the facility conditions assessment. We started, like I had mentioned, in December and went through a good part of January. Of everything that we've done, the facility conditions assessments took the most time. We had all of the engineers walk and photograph and also enter data into iPads as we went so that we could collect all of this data on the same platform so that it could be easily organized. But you see here some of the photos, a roof that has clearly been well utilized over the years with the mechanical equipment, showing some wear, showing maybe leaking. One of the vertical photos shows a door handle that just went through the wall behind it. So, the level of assessment is very thorough. Even looking at not wall coverings, window coverings and blinds that don't work, and which could detract from the learning environment because you can't darken a room and show a film or slides. Next slide. And then we were simultaneously engaging in community engagements with the overall Elk Grove community. Meetings were set up, the community engagement meetings were set up at 4 high schools around the district and an elementary school to try to get as much coverage as we could. But these meetings also relied on, we looked for spaces that had enough capacity that weren't booked for other events, so that was just in scheduling those was kind of an amazing feat. But had the capacity for large groups to meet, and we did get some large groups at these meetings and got input in person, as well as an uptick in who also then submitted a survey online. But we took kind of the pulse of the group in the meeting, and different meetings, different community groups had different ideas about what they would like to see in terms of improvement in the district, but they also had different aspects that they pointed out as really performing well. And overall, it did come across that the Elk Grove community is very appreciative of the school district and the facilities. So at each community engagement and targeted engagement meeting, on the right, you see that would be the QR code that was available and would take someone immediately on their phone to the survey, the community survey. And then on the left, the Elk Grove Master Plan site that could be accessed from the website address or could be accessed from the Elk Grove School District website on the Facility Master Plan page. We can look at this in greater detail at the end of this presentation. And then some of the things we heard from the community meetings, which we had nearly 5,000 responses to, or responses to the survey at the community meetings. But there's as I mentioned, a sincere support for Elk Grove schools and their facilities. Some of the words that were appearing large on the screen in a poll everywhere poll that we took at these meetings, diversity and opportunities and good teaching. A lot of these comments came up regularly. Some of the standout comments of desires for improvement, the communities kind of across the board are looking for new schools and updated schools and visual and performing arts facilities, as well as athletic and PE facilities. And again, the community survey with over 4,000, almost 5,000 responses. The top 5 comments were classroom upgrades and reducing overcrowding and restrooms, which can't be stressed enough. That came up over and over, came up in the student responses as well. And improving vehicular and pedestrian circulation on campuses just to make them safer. And I think that is directly related to crowding and so improving those and then adding more performing arts centers throughout the district. The student engagement meeting spoke pretty clearly again to the issues of adequate restroom facilities in terms of number as well as updating them and making them safe. And they were also concerned about parking on campus and automobile circulation on campus. And a resounding want or ask to have access to athletic stadiums on each campus. It's a big ask, but we did hear about how much time they spend getting from, their homes or their school to another campus for a game, across the district. So that was an important issue to the students. And lastly, we had detailed surveys filled out by the staff at each of the school sites. We've shown a couple of the responses here from Pinkerton Middle School. It's one of the samples that you'll see later on. So I thought this was relevant to show. But these surveys, they had questions where the staff could rate building components by percentage, if it's successful. But there were also fill in the blank questions and an open-ended block that they could fill in with any comments, any text, anything that they wanted to be known and, what's on their wish list for improvements. These were critical in digesting all of the needs for each campus. When we looked at the physical conditions assessment, that was always tempered with also looking at the site surveys and the community surveys relating to that area so that we could take a look and see a lot of times what the site said reinforced, or was more of what we had seen in the physical conditions assessments. But on a rare occasion, we would see something that maybe we didn't see during these site walks. And an example of that is one of the comments here is poor drainage in the quad causing standing water every day when it rains. And so on the walks, it may not have rained that day. So that is something that we would then look into a little bit closer because it was a comment by the school site. So these were really, really informative in terms of putting projects together and really understanding what happens at each site. Okay, so talking about project lists, we categorize them into 4 categories: new construction, reconfiguration, modernization, and site improvements and parking. New construction is pretty obvious. New campuses or new buildings on campuses, including portable replacements. And reconfiguration, I think, is a little bit more, needs a little bit more explanation. We can think of it as moving walls, not necessarily building new buildings, but moving walls within existing buildings. And we've seen two reconfiguration items come up with some regularity, and they are to reconfigure main office entries to be a secure entry. A problem that is on generally the older campuses, like Miwok would not likely have this issue at all. But the ability for a visitor to come in after the start of school, gates are locked, doors are locked, but to walk into the office and be able to just continue on right onto campus. And so the secure entry would make that so that the visitor would need to stop and not walk further and check in with someone at the front desk before they could either be directed to a particular room or, an office or somewhere else. But it would stop that access to like free roaming on campus. And the other one that we're seeing is the addition of IDF, MDF rooms for technology that in older campuses, it tends to be the case in older campuses, where those panels were not planned for originally. We didn't have the technology in the 60s when some of these schools were built. And to take those panels, which have a humming, buzzing noise, take them out of classrooms or just enclose them in a closet so that they're not disturbing, the learning environment. So that's another typical one. And then modernization is often just a refresh of the finishes in the room, the flooring, the walls, repaint, replace whiteboards, tack boards. It might involve a new technology, a new projector, something like that in a classroom, new ceilings and lighting. If it is a modernization of that sort with finishes and a change to roofing and HVAC, we like to group them together because often when you're changing out the rooftop units and the roofing, you'll see that's where, we had staining of ceiling tiles, maybe the old equipment had leaked. And so, to kind of update the entire building as opposed to just do piece at a time. So those are more major modernizations. In some of the projects I show you in a bit, I've called out a comprehensive modernization, which is a kind of an overhaul. It really falls into new construction, but it's an overhaul of the campus in terms of replacing portable construction with new permanent construction. So it's a subcategory that I put into the sample, but ultimately it would be into new construction. Just wanted to make the distinction that it's portables being built out as permanent construction. And then site improvements and parking. Parking, that's pretty self-explanatory, redoing a parking lot or adding parking. But then site improvements could be play fields, playground equipment, shade structures, fixing poor drainage, so regrading, things like that. Okay. Okay. So in the examples that I have 6, and there are 2 elementaries, 2 middles, and 2 high schools. And so the first one I'll spend a little bit more time on just to give you the lay of the land. Ultimately, we are delivering to the district a document, and it will likely be 800 pages. So it will be electronic, but within the document, each of the school sites will have its own chapter, basically. And so the first page of the chapter is on your left, where we identify the school, show an entrance picture, and then give some basic information about the existing conditions, the site acreage, what grades are served at the school, and then the little triangle at the bottom left is an indication of what the projected enrollment is doing, whether it's increasing, decreasing, or staying stable for the course of the 10-year facility master plan.
Can I ask a quick question? Because it'll come up in other slides maybe. Where you show the grass next to the pavement, is that ours or is that city park property?
On the right, if you see the grass in color, that's yours.
Okay,
And then when it goes black and white, that's the adjacent neighborhood.
all right, that goes to other questions that I would
Yeah.
ask.
And then to the right of the enrollment and site acreage, there's a column called planning priorities. And those are sort of the goals that we took from a variety of sources, from the site assessments, site surveys, I'm sorry. The indication of what in general they would like to have happen at the site. So that may translate into specific things, like a lot of school sites said, we want upgraded restrooms. That would turn into a modernization project of, replacing fixtures, replacing flooring, doing ADA upgrades to restrooms. All of that, would be contained in the facility site assessment, but translated into campus speak, it's update our restrooms. And then on the right, the aerial plan showing the entire campus, property lines, when it was built, and then just noting portables on campus. And it's basically the current conditions color coded to show which are learning environments or classrooms, which are MPs, gyms, libraries, just so that you can see at a glance what you've got. Yes.
Does this image show where those two portables would be located?
Well, this image doesn't specifically. In the document itself, the next page, which I didn't put every single page here, the next page will have a list of the assets and it will be every building. And whether it's a portable will be listed.
Okay.
So then you can look back and see, classroom portable P1 or whatever it is and find that on the diagram.
Okay, and I'm curious because, expansion of TK is a district-wide priority. Are there some guidelines about where we locate those portables, or do we just take it on a site-by-site basis wherever we can fit them? Just wondering, so parking lot if it's not already taken up by childcare like it is here, otherwise out on the lawn in the back, I'm assuming?
Stubs and hookups.
Stubs and hookups, okay,
So the infrastructure to have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
available, and then take a few different examples and see what's the best for flow of the campus.
okay.
There are some guidelines about access to a drop-off road and utilities for the restrooms and things like that.
Yeah, that was the basis of my question about the grass.
A question. Yeah, they try to have access to the kindergarten play yard, yeah. I wondered about that too. Are these Title V compliant? Do they have bathrooms in them? I don't know that much about portables, so I don't even know if that's an option.
They need to be, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Albiani?
Okay, so this is built 2004 and it says 2 portables for kinder. I was thinking the 2 portables are on here right now. You're just telling us how many portables are in each one, or you're thinking you need to add those?
No, that's just telling you what's there.
What's there? So in this picture, in blue are 2 portables. We just don't know exactly which ones at this point because we don't have the next page, right?
Yes.
Okay,
And then,
that's fine. It got confusing for a second for me.
and then I have a question about the light blue box circulation. Can you clarify what that term circulation.
If there tends to be, I mean, that would be a drive aisle if you have one going through campus. It's vehicular.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And so then on this next page for Hein, we show the summary of recommendations. Those come from the facility conditions assessments and list out projects. We've taken into account, this may be one of those cases that Hein had a modernization. No, okay, I think it's the next one, sorry. So you see on the left-hand side, when the facility conditions assessments were being done, the items were put into categories of 0 to 2 years, 3 to 5 years, or 3 to 6 years, sorry, and then 7 to 10 years and 10 plus years. And what we found is in the 0 to 2 years, you're looking at things that are at their end of usable life. They're in really poor shape, well-worn, looking and performing badly. In the 3 to 6 year category, it wasn't that critical, it was close. So we grouped into our project list the 0 to 2 years and 3 to 6 year projects. And looking at the 7 to 10 years and 10 years plus, those turned into, or I shouldn't say turned into, those tended to be more maintenance type items and reminding of when things will be at their end of life, like mechanical equipment, for example. So those have a line item cost for either repair or replacement in years to come, and you'll have all of that list. So each item, actually all of these items, will have a line item cost, and all of that information will be put in the appendix so that it can be used by M&O, just for planning purposes. But the projects were really focused on the 0 to 2 and 3 to 6 year items that were found. And then on the right-hand side, another image of what we saw at that particular site. And then by the project category, new construction, modernization, parking, reconfiguration, the approximate project costs and the total approximate cost at the bottom. So for each site, we'll see this basic layout and this basic, idea. Summary of recommendations are the projects and then the cost.
So one thing to keep in mind for the public and for the board, especially the folks that are relatively new, went through this process. So this is the recommendation based on current facilities. There are some things that will influence this. So one will be a site's eligibility for modernization dollars. So if you have two sites that have the same needs, but next year site A is eligible for modernization matching, but site B isn't available for 3 years, even though they may have the same need, the prioritization would do the modernization where those matching funds are available. Something else that happened, just kind of happenstance, but they happened to line up when we passed Measure M back in 2016. Prop 39 was available. Prop 39 was energy efficiency dollars that were available. And so what we were able to do is we actually moved up in a priority some of our HVAC and other system needs because there were matching dollars to be able to stretch existing Measure M. So as we put these in, one thing we want to make sure, because Sue, is if you put this in writing and say, okay, well, next year's 2 years and these aren't all done yet. Well, there will be, as we work through 68 school sites, we just want to make sure you're going to see a lot of stuff in 0 to 2 years, and we're not going to be able to necessarily get it all done in that 2 years, and prioritization will happen with matching funds local bonding, state level bonding, and other, facility, sources that we may not know, yet that may come along. So just a FYI that it's not a written in sand or written in stone, that this is exactly when each of these things is going to happen.
And that's a very good point. It's not a precise science because what we found on the next school in Florin Elementary, it's built before Hine, and part of the selection of the 2 elementaries, 2 middles, and 2 high schools was to kind of take a look at the different circumstances, and to also illustrate that even though a school is built in the 80s, doesn't seem that long ago for some of us. But that is well after the usable life of the rooftop units and roofing and caulking, and so many things are, at their end of usable life that immediately after, but during that time, as they're degrading, damage can be done. So Florin, we looked at, it's older than Hine, but it had relatively recent modernization. And we found, looking at that and working with the facilities group and Sue, we found that modernization really focused on the HVAC units and finishes. And in some of the buildings, they were not done at that time. So the projects are very specific to specific buildings as opposed to the entire campus. This one still has instruction taking place in portables, and those portables are some of the oldest and not in the most usable part of their life right now. So they're having some system failures and some other issues with leaking roofs and things like that. And at this particular school, we show the enrollment to be increasing. So this summary of recommendations, it seems much shorter than Hine, but like I said, they're focused projects in particular buildings. But one of the other projects is, and I've got it in the 3 to 6 year category, but it is to replace those portables with new classrooms and to add one new in addition to accommodate that growth. And so, you're seeing a project cost of approximately the same as a more extensive modernization project. Pinkerton Middle School, this school, the planning priorities, again, update classrooms and restrooms were high on their list. It was built in 2008. And again, it's another one of those schools where it seems relatively newish, but it's still, 20 years of use, and it needs refreshing. Next page, to look at the projects, an HVAC replacement campus-wide because of end of life issues, and then upgrading ceilings and lighting to LED. A lot of the schools were built in the fluorescent era, and so now we're upgrading to LED for energy code, and replacing roofing, which usually goes hand in hand with the HVAC replacement. Those parking and site improvements, there's a lot of movement in the asphalt, a lot of cracking and causing trip hazards. And some of their play fields, their hardcourt play fields, are unplayable because of that. And then the comparison, middle school, Kerr Middle School, it's an older school with just one building from 2002 that has 8 portables used for science classrooms. And interestingly enough, those science classrooms in the portables are the new construction. So So those are not being recommended to be rebuilt because those are the newer pieces on the campus. But this also recently underwent a modernization project, and it targeted specific areas. These projects that we're recommending, next slide, targeted very specific areas. And those being the library building, which is building B on this campus, to reskin and replace the casework, to replace the ceiling tiles and lighting, and a big ask, not just on this campus, but on many, is to add additional electrical outlets, which we see is a problem in older schools. Next slide. And Laguna Creek High School, it has some concerns, but it was also slated to have work done in a Measure M project. So the project list for this one is also been abbreviated so that we're not doubling up on that. This campus is showing declining enrollment, but also heavy reliance on older portables for instruction. And that list, not sure why it's all highlighted, but modernization of classrooms and specific exterior modernization to particular buildings and casework replacement in particular buildings. And again, this is, very specific because of that previous work done. Next slide. And then Elk Grove High School.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yeah.
I've seen twice that we're replacing elevators. Are we meaning like things that help unload heavy stuff? What do you mean by?
To access second floors for ADA accessibility.
So there's a two-story building on the Laguna campus. There's actually an elevator built in that building, same thing
Where?
at Sheldon.
There's a two-story on Laguna?
Yep, on the corner, the science building. So
Yeah, getting stuck in those isn't fun.
Elk Grove High School's enrollment is predicted to be stable in the upcoming years, and this campus has buildings coming online over the years from 1963 that vary through to current building in 2020. So it has recently undergone modernizations of various types, and some of the buildings were under construction as the teams were walking the facility conditions assessment walks.
it's the old, this is the
Let's
old
see.
slide.
Every now and then we have a technology goof, and we've done that in this case. The highlighted items, this is actually an earlier version of the slides. So Leona's office was working on part of it, and then I'm sitting in my office and she sends it over to me. And the highlighted items are things that we've already done. And I'm sure everybody is shocked to see 126 million, as I was when I saw it, because of the work that we've done at Elk Grove High. So a lot of the things that are highlighted are items that have been done. So the things that remain at Elk Grove High, we've got modernization of the gym. We have not touched those. Yes. So
Just so that we have the correct version.
yes,
with
you
that,
have the correct
with the
version. So
community.
this, yes. Okay.
Can we post the correct one? Because this is actually something I want to highlight.
We posted the correct one, and this morning when it got loaded,
Because if you look at the slide, just
earlier version.
is we're at
Okay.
$25 million.
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
short of $25 million
Yeah.
of need at Elk Grove High School moving forward. And that's because of all the work that's been done. And this is, again, 2 years out. This is moving forward with the new buildings already in place. Second building's under construction currently. So it's one of the examples of what we did through the Measure M first process was the modernization of that school set, which is really a rebuild
Yes.
for the most part.
Yes. So the correct version is the one that's posted.
Thank you. I have a question specific to Laguna Creek. I understand it's about to undergo a pretty major modernization. Are those 37 portables going to be replaced with permanent classrooms, any of them?
No, there is no plan right now to build a new building out there.
Okay, thank you.
I know, unfortunately, takes more money.
I didn't see it in there, so that's why I thought I'd ask. Thanks.
Well, I did want to just touch on the Elk Grove. I'm glad you have the posted one. That's the one I've been speaking to. And when I look up and go, yeah, good. We're on the same page. And I just wanted to point out that, yes, the highlighted list went way down and the total approximate cost was 24,850,000, not 124 million. I can keep going. Okay, and then on the next slide, we rolled up a cost estimate to give you an idea of what ultimately all of the school sites will look like. But we've listed out the facility, the types of projects and their total costs, and totaled it up on the right-hand side of the slide. And then below it, the pie chart on the left illustrates how the estimates are broken down by project type. So the modernization, reconfiguration site, new construction, and you'll see the largest cost is modernization, which is probably no surprise, and is likely going to be the same when we have all 68 sites in here. You look like you have a
Yeah,
question.
That's 170 million for 6 of our 70 plus sites.
Yes, sir. 10 years. And the reality is this is, the need is enormous. And that is the reality of the work, and part of the reason we're sharing this as we talk with our public. This is the reality of what our facilities are and what we want them to be.
You can be on the cost estimate. Yep. Can you make it full screen? Oh, we're good. Okay. The pie chart on the left, as I mentioned, shows the breakdown of these 6 in terms of project type. And then the pie chart on the right shows the breakdown of cost on each school, just so that you can kind of get a sense of the proportion of projects. We will show all 68 sites. We will show the proposed new schools. So the total is not here, but it's coming. And so our next steps are to finalize these site level scopes and costs in each category and get you that final document. And Elk Grove's next steps.
Yeah, so apologies about the upload. Glad you guys have that one. So again, this is an action. This is not an action. This is a discussion item today to get feedback on what it looks like, what the process is, all of the wonderings that we've had along the way to open that up for discussion. Obviously, it's great to have this information. Without funding behind it, it can seem a little overwhelming or maybe underwhelming, depending on how you look at it. And so in just a few, I want to pause here and take any questions that we have. I also want to bring up and make sure we have time for Lori Ranieri to come up and talk about some possible bond options. So we haven't done any prioritization at this time, except for really kind of health, safety, immediate needs. And that's what lands in that 0 to 2 year category. But it's a really important call out that Superintendent Hoffman had, that's not a promise. It's an indication, and we have to do it based on what funds are available. we need to look and define our strategies around enrollment growth. We do have 2 areas in the entire district that are accelerating, and we need a plan for both of those. And there's lots of options, not just new construction. Elk Grove has been successful in the past utilizing other options like year-round or modified traditional schools. And then at a future meeting, once we feel really good about the projects, we get all the feedback, we'll bring it back for an actual approval, and that will set the course of the next 10 years in Elk Grove for facilities. And so you've got the entire team here, and we do just want to make sure we have time for Lori. We have one other presentation. It's only about five slides, but want to have time for questions there as well.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and open it up for questions. Mr. Fortuna, I'm going to start on
Oh.
this end and go to you. I know you have a number of questions, so we'll start with Ms. Alviani.
I just had one point of information I learned last time we did this that was really important to me. And I think it's important when people are understanding how we got to here. And it's when you look at something and say, why in the world do we have 25 portables on a site? And it's like, well, why'd we do that? And we did that because that's how the state was funding us at that time. And people need to understand they weren't funding us or giving us money to put in permanent buildings. And we were in a huge portion of growth in our district, and portables were the only choice we had. And that's how we had to take care of it. And it wasn't another meeting like this where you had to make those hard decisions. Well, not this one because today's information, but you had to decide what you were doing, and portables were the only option we had. And now by kicking that down the can, now that makes today this much harder. And I think it's important to understand it wasn't decisions made by Elk Grove. It was decisions that were put upon us. My second thing is, okay, 2 more things. 0 to 2 and 3 to 5. It would be interesting to see that broken out. I know you have a column for it on your cost estimate line, but I think seeing 0 to 2 alone and then seeing 3 to 5 alone with numbers would be very beneficial. And have we gone back to Miwok and asked, it's our newest school. We tend to copy schools because it saves money, and we've put great work into each one. Have we gone back and done the survey of what's working at Miwok? What might you change? All those things, because if we aren't learning as we go, we're an everyday learning organization.
Yeah, great question. And the short answer is yes. They did I don't know what it's called, a post-occupancy survey with the staff, with students, just to see how it is. And so we do have feedback as we use that as a model for future schools that we can then make those adjustments. So we keep the integrity of the education specifications, but we make improvements based on the feedback once it's in use, and we get to know what how the user experiences the space.
So I have a question. So we haven't done prioritization quite yet. And so I'm curious about how you would take into account in prioritization sites that have already received a lot of, modernization and attention. So I'm looking at 2 sites here, Elk Grove High School and Kerr Middle School. I know both of those sites have gotten a lot of attention in the last couple of years. And clearly there is even more need. And so how does that, because the impression is going to be that we're spending a huge chunk of our money on our 2 flagship schools. And so how does that fit into prioritization?
We would probably put that at a lower priority unless it's a safety issue. So schools that have not had any work, schools that fall into that category where they need modernization, those would probably rise to the top.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason that those schools received the work they did and currently is because there are modernization dollars. They became available for modernization during this next piece. So then there's a 25-year window. There's a 25-year window is when the schools become, so there's a new batch of schools that will become eligible. So, Florin and Hine as an example. So Florin Elementary became eligible for modernization. So we did work there, didn't do Hine, even though there was some need there. Well, now Hine is moving up a list, and Hine based on the year it was built, is going to fall into a modernization matching window. So that's part of the prioritization is, and one of the other pieces we spoke to in Measure M was new schools was important, but at the time, people really didn't want to hear about new schools. What they wanted to know about was, what about the school where my kid goes, and is it going to be brought up to a standard of all these? Because we were building 2 schools a year there for a while. So again, new schools for some people in the district, that wasn't on the top of their list. So we made a commitment that our oldest schools and our schools that were eligible for modernization, we brought up to the newer school standards. So if you go to the science room at Kerr, and you go to a science room at Rudder Middle School, you'll say, wow, these, they dropped you in there with a teleporter, you wouldn't know you were one of our older schools. And if you were teleported into Pinkerton Middle School, you would see those facilities are very, very similar. So a lot of work was done in bringing our oldest sites up to the newer site standards through that last process.
And just a clarification on, so I know Kerr Middle School is in the process of more construction. This is on top of what's currently planned. This is not inclusive of what's already been planned.
Correct.
Okay. And then I have one more question, which is on, so the compressed timeline for building the new middle and high school. So assuming we were to go down that road and try to sort of build the middle and high school a little bit faster, how would that impact our ability to do all of these other things for our existing sites? And given that it looks like, and we can have a broader conversation about this when it comes to the bond, but given that it looks like our ability to raise money on the bond is going to be somewhat more limited than we initially hoped, how does that limitation then impact, taken with the construction of a new middle and high school, how do those two factors together impact our ability to do all of these things for our existing schools?
But it's an absolute reality. They're the funding sources that are available now. There is a set of funding sources available when the state has bonding for new school construction. So there's matching funds that come in and help with that. That if you're not ready to build a new school, you don't access those funds. So, but that is the prioritization that will need to happen eventually. And as we line up which projects come first. I think, again, this is going to be a conversation as we work our way through, but new school construction, with a high school, middle school, it's just very, very likely that the board is going to have to give us direction to do that, just based on the number of folks that are there, the growth, the spike is just, increasing even more. Now, interest rates go back up. They don't come down like people are predicting. Housing market, slows back down. That changes the reality. So we have to do the best decisions we have with the information we have in front of us at the time. But funding sources locally, and we're gonna need to come together as a community and say, if we're prioritizing this work, we have to have local funds to match what we hope will be done at the state level, because then we literally double our money. If we don't have local funds, state can pass their piece and we can't access those funds. The other thing happens, we do local and they don't pass it at the state, there's no matching dollars, and then we have to pre-fund schools like we did before. So it's just not a predictable exact A plus B equals C. And we're going to use that later on today as well. But that's kind of the reality in the facility world. But we need to be ready for, just like we were ready to maximize Prop 39 previously. We had local funds. We had a plan in place. We knew which sites needed the upgrades to their HVAC, and there became a funding source available at the state. We took advantage of that. CTE funding became available relatively early after we passed the Measure M last time. And that was in our plan, but we actually were able to move those items forward because now there were matching funds available at the state. So it's a ever moving, changing piece, but.
And given what you said about a lot of these things are built sort of how we prioritize and where things happen depend on availability of funds. So again, sort of dovetailing into the bond discussion, if for some reason the bond doesn't pass and we don't have access to that money, how does that impact not just the facilities master plan overall, but our ability to build a middle and high school in the Rancho era?
Dramatically.
We scale everything down a lot.
Scale everything down, slow everything down, or wait, what are we talking about here?
We don't know until we have that. We have to work with what we have in front of us right now. So we're working towards a reality that is way more in projects than we're ever going to have the money to do.
Right.
So there's going to be 2 billion plus in need. I mean, that's going to be the reality of it. And we're going to talk in a bit about what we think is a possibility on a local bonding ability. Supposedly, there's going to be a state level bond on the November ballot as well. And so those are all the things that need to work together in order to make these things happen. But best case scenario, what we did with Measure M, we had a facility bond most of the time at the state level. We had some useful grants that came along at the time that allowed us to maximize those dollars. And now we're on the threshold of setting up the next 10 years to be able to do the same.
Yeah, well, it seems like an important discussion, particularly given what we learned on the survey, right, where public support for bonds is dropping. And so, whether it's the state level bond or the local bond, this is going to be, this could be an unfortunate conversation. So anyway, that was all my questions. Thank you very much.
And we are planning for worst case scenario. Sue and her team already have a complete updated as of last week eligibility for modernization. So we get that ready. We have it in the queue. So if the worst happens where we're not able to move forward with a geo bond, we know that we're going to be prepared to do some of this work all the time because it needs to get done.
So basically the health and safety.
Yes.
I'm going to revisit a couple of points that have been made, and I have a few questions. So Beth's point about portables, about 20 years ago when the district was in a building boom, the state was actually requiring projects to include portables, a certain percentage, so very much an ironclad thing. And then Michael, if I understood this question, I think you were asking, how do we avoid, in the prioritization question, how do we avoid the perception that we're showing more love to one than another? And I think the way that the needs analysis is structured, if there were recent projects on that site, its needs fall off. So it kind of takes care of itself, right? Because there are fewer needs and the needs that exist are farther out. So that part of the sequencing kind of takes care of itself. And then let's see. Mr. Hoffman, you mentioned at least one of the factors that could change that timeline for the new middle school and high school. And I think it's so important to be as transparent as possible with folks. So I just would love to get as many of those factors on the record as possible because, folks have been misled, unfortunately, not by us for a very long time. And their expectations are not in line with the reality and the constraints that we're dealing with. So when we put dates in there, even when we're saying approximate dates, I just would love for us to be as clear as possible about as many of the factors that can force us to alter that construction timeline.
Yeah, I mean, student generation, number one. I mean, that piece, you have to have the kids, and that appears to be on pace. So that, but again, they're talking about at the federal level that maybe inflation isn't quite under control. So the knocking down of the interest rates that have been predicted over the next several months, now they're saying those may be delayed. So mortgage rates stay high. So maybe it doesn't boom, or something else happens. So you can't. So the student generation, number one. But in the end, if you don't have, we have developer fees continue to come through. The CFD continues to come through. We will have to have local funds to be able to match up with that as well. And we absolutely have to have a state level bond for matching dollars for that to happen. So those are all things that have happened in the past through diligent work and hard work and a community coming together and at the state level coming together. I fully believe Elk Grove, the communities of Elk Grove Unified, when they fully understand what the needs are, and that's why we're doing this work, is so that we're not just going to stand up and say, we need X dollars, trust us, we need the dollars. This is what the need is. And districts are doing this across the state as a push on the legislature and the governor on the state level. So all that work has to happen together. I don't think there's a district in the state that is more positioned to pull this off than we are. But the only way it happens is if we come together as an entire community headed in the same direction. If we are a microcosm of society right now and we're splintered, then this whole thing is potentially not going to happen in the way we want it to happen. It's going to take us all coming together to do this work. But again, I can't think of another community more poised to be able to do that.
Okay. Any factors to add, Dr. Coates?
I think that's a pretty good summary.
Okay, thank you, much appreciated. My other two questions are much narrower in scope. So I think Ms. Bell was talking about early on the changes we made to those interior corridors in the classroom wings. It does look beautiful at Miwok. But I have to wonder how we're meeting their storage needs. So when Beth talked about, I think it was Beth that talked about, are we asking them how that's working? Because, when I go to a different elementary school and it's a day that their kids are having a party and I'm bringing ice cream, let me tell you, one refrigerator in that space is not enough. Like they need more storage space. So I'm just curious if we're looking at that kind of holistically.
Storage is an issue everywhere, and we did address that with the principal there. And I told her, if these spaces don't get used as they're designed and they become storage spaces, then we'll probably revert back and we won't build them anymore. So she's been extremely conscientious with her staff to make sure that they do use it and have activities and things in there. But she's also been conscientious about keeping people from storing more than they need to. I think it's a pretty common practice here to store stuff and then forget about it. But as we do build the new building, the new school, I think we are going to have to think about storage, because one of the first things that sites want to do is add a container, add storage buildings, and they have not done that at Miwok. They are being extremely conscientious about what they're storing. So it's.
They're still new.
Yes. And
There hasn't been as much time to collect, but.
Had time to accumulate much.
You do.
Yeah.
Listen, I have a bag of toilet paper rolls at my house that I am holding until the teacher needs them because she doesn't have storage space for projects, right? So, yes.
Noted.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Last question from me. I know that we did some great work in building shade structures across our campuses, especially our elementary schools. But one area I continue to hear from, including from one advocate that lives in my house, is shaded play structures. And that, again, extreme heat, we're getting ready, we're adapting to climate change and all that. That seems like another area that we might need to explore further kind of on a district-wide level. Okay, and that's all for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. First question, on slide 10, you don't have to go to it, but on slide 10, one of the funding sources was mentioned, sale of surplus property. Do we have surplus property?
Those are just all of the possible things, not necessarily things that we're doing. That wasn't Elk Grove's specific list. That's all the things.
So why include it?
It's just one of the sources that are.
We could like scratch that for the final president, or if we don't have any, why even have it on there?
I mean, there could be a point in time where
Okay.
But yeah,
And slide 11 talks about ed specs being the guidance. And we discussed this previously when the architect committee met, but I will ask the question again in this forum. And that is library configuration. Ed specs address that. We addressed it when we did our new our new elementary schools. And has that played into the development of the long-range facilities plan in terms of making recommendations to existing schools to have them configured in a way such that they become another learning environment like the new schools?
Leona says yes. And what's ticking through my mind is whether or not we should add a line item that says educational adequacy or, truing up old school sites with our ed specs. Thoughts?
Well, yeah, because we addressed them and in terms of function, we're spot on. What we said they should be, we made them to meet those requirements, and they are being utilized for kids.
And typically if a modernization is called for in the library building, the ed specs will be consulted to determine exactly what that is. It's not merely, new carpeting, new ceilings. It would be, are the ed specs indicating that every piece of casework in the center for, book storage and things like that it be lower so that the teacher librarian has view across the library for safety, then existing bookcases might be changed out in that modernization. So the short answer was yes, that they're taken into account, and to the extent possible in that modernization, it will go to the direction that the ed spec has set.
similar to what we did with the science classrooms at the older schools, is you'd use the new ed spec in doing that. Now, sometimes at Rudder, we had a fire on top of them, so we actually created new buildings, so it was even easier to do that. At a site where you're using the existing bones of the building, there may be some limitations just based on you can't tear the whole thing down. So, but they would certainly be consulted as we're working through those processes.
Right. Okay. My next question, and Nancy had addressed it when we met, but it comes up in two places, so I'm going to bring it up again. In slide 14 and in slide 37, equity is addressed, and I asked the question because to me it's very, very important. How are you defining equity since you utilize it? The example Nancy gave, which was a good one when we met, is there is an interest in having athletic facilities at all of the high schools, and it's been pushed as an equity issue. It's not an equity issue. It's an issue of equality. So when you address equity specifically in two places, what are you talking about? Or is that a proper, or should we change the word?
I think in the educational adequacy, and this relates in this particular slide to the education specifications, I think the discussion was what is equitable in Oak Grove. That was in 2019 from an equity. So as you just described, equity does not mean the same thing as equality. And so not every school is going to have the exact same thing. Not every school is going to have a performing arts center or the shared stadium, but everyone gets something that is conducive to that environment. And so I think when we use the term equity here in education specifications, that was a focused conversation of what does that mean? Not being part of that process at the time, I can't speak to that directly on this slide, but I think that's what we try to keep in mind, what's within the region. what's accessible to all of our students, whether it's at their particular location or somewhere in the vicinity.
Yeah, I guess I just have a problem with that word being used in, when we talk facilities. When we talk equity, we're talking about providing something that a student needs in order that they can profit from the learning environment.
You know,
And when
it
we
could
talk
be-
about,
Yeah, it could be tied to, the special needs students, as an example, so that there may be some specific pieces that individual school sites need to serve a particular population of students that are attending that school. So when we use equity, I think it can be broader. I think that's a place where.
good example.
Yep.
Okay. When you were going through the slides, and this is not so much, well, specific to the long range facilities plan, but it is a planning issue down the road. And I don't know if you're aware of it, and I'm only bringing it up now because when you were talking, it popped into my head. I was at one of our newer schools, and in terms of the architectural planning and the new schools, the lighting is incredible. But I was at a school, and the lighting interferes with our projection, with our AV systems. And was that brought up at all as you went through schools? Yeah. Okay. So we're aware of that, that's an issue as we do other schools in terms of placement. Okay.
And window coverings.
Okay. You've talked about grading, and we talked about grading, and my God, there's so many of the schools that's an issue. It's not just one or two schools. And
Just make sure we're talking about moving earth. When you say grading in a school system, people may be thinking about letter grade.
yeah,
So yeah, just.
and you've talked about door enlargement, entry, irrespective of money. In terms of all these big projects, do we have a system in place? And I would ask you, Kristen, that irrespective of the money for the big projects, that certain needs can be taken care of. And I will give you an example. The band at Laguna Creek can't get their equipment into the band room because it won't fit through the door. Do we have a process that would just let us do that?
That's getting fixed.
It's-
That's getting fixed.
All right.
Yeah. The things
but-
things that are really a practical
Yeah.
issue like that,
Yeah.
that should be solved or could have been solved relatively easily.
Yeah.
I think in the future, we can figure out a way to solve those.
Thank you.
Yeah.
God, just use the right words. How does declining enrollment, and a number of the schools are declining enrollment, how does that factor into decisions that are made with respect to modernization, new construction, whatever?
So one example might be if we have portables at a given site, but we know projection wise for the next 10 years, they're declining and they're not going to grow. But they're eligible for modernization, what we might do is remove 3 or 4 portables, and instead of spending dollars in redoing those portables, we would use those dollars on other priorities that have been identified for the site. Keeping in mind that that's a 10-year window and things could cycle back again. So do you have the pads in place to be able to grow? But that would be one example of what you would think.
And associated with that, I just have to ask a question because if I didn't, I'll beat myself up later. As we look at situations like Kerr Middle School, we have poured a ton of money into Kerr because it needed it, but it continues to be a declining school. At what point do we look at changing attendance boundaries?
And that's certainly a tool as well. And it's a tool, again, it's a tool that we certainly keep in mind. And it's one of those pieces, depending on funding available, that is another way to address housing of students that is not a facility cost. So depending on when the need would arise, but we've already talked about we did this on a pretty regular basis, and we'll be back in this swing now that the pandemic. We kind of leveled off with attendance for a while, but we're starting to see the spikes coming back. And one of our tools at disposal is a year-round calendar, versus a traditional calendar. So one of the things before we build a new school, in some cases, it would be, moving to a year-round calendar. Long-term, way after we're all gone, when we get to build out across the entire district, because we have the year-round schedules in place, one of our answers will be transitioning back to additional sites where we don't need to be on a year-round calendar anymore. So, we have fewer physical sites in our district right now than most districts of our size. And the advantage of that, and we have fewer staff at these different with different electrical costs, all the other things that cost besides just building the additional sites. But super long term, when other districts would have to be in a closing school model, we'll be in a changing calendar mode again, long after all of us are all gone. But it is part of the long-term health of the facility projects in the district. But again, just to your specific piece, boundaries is certainly a tool. But we have other tools at our disposal with calendars that other districts don't have.
Okay. One more question and a quick comment. In terms of long-range facilities plan, and it's dealing with the mechanical and electrical, so on and so forth. Will there be references to acreage need? And the example I'll give is Gerber. Is that going to be in the long-range plan? Because they don't have physical space and they need space.
You're talking about the Gerber Road or nutrition services.
Transportation, and specifically.
So I mean, physical staff, for the folks that do the support of the school sites, and Gerber Road is a major component of that. This site is obviously a major component of that. It's why we have the Bartholomew property, because we're supporting. So long-term, Gerber will not support our facility needs long-term. So we'll have to come up with a solution for that. And there's ideas in the works. One of them is converting part of the old Franklin site because we have that physical property that we could use. If we did some paving, we did some other work, it could be a place where we could house part of a transportation fleet or part of an M&O fleet. So those are things that we're thinking through. But we're going to have to expand. At this point, this building's not big enough. At some point, Gerber Road, and it's probably already there, isn't big enough. But that is part of this conversation as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, Gerber isn't big enough right now.
Yes, agreed.
And then the last one is a comment. We keep hearing storage. And I won't argue the point that there are places where we need storage. There's also an issue of efficiency of available space. One thing I do quite frequently as I visit schools is open cabinets in the work area. I've opened cabinets that are half full, but there's crap everywhere. When and I'll just give you a quick and when my first teaching assignment, the principal said, go ahead and write down what you need, blah, 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 and we'll buy it. And I said, no, I says, talk to the staff and let me go through everybody's cabinet, and I didn't buy anything. People do need storage for specific reasons, but I think it's safe to say that there's stuff in cabinets that no one's looked at in 20 years. So if everybody did a good house cleaning and then correctly utilize space available, I think people would be surprised about how much storage they actually need. Thank you.
As a past second grade teacher, you need a lot of storage. That's all I have to say. So, I think these numbers are throw you on your heels numbers. I mean, to the average person that doesn't know what we deal with and the size and the mass, this is a prime example that we are talking about a very large organization. We're the 5th largest school district in California, and you have to realize what that means. And this makes it black and white. But how much does a new elementary school approximately cost, and how much does a new high school / middle school approximately cost? Because I don't think people have any idea.
It's a great question. Years ago, it used to cost about $28 million to build a K-6. We're now 52 to 68 million, depending on what kind of bells and whistles that you put on it or not. So that's just a K-6 elementary school. A high school, a comprehensive middle high school, like what we're talking about, stadium, everything, $500 million.
Can you add to that what cost escalation is looking like year over year?
I think we factored it in at 6% year over year. So those are in today's dollars.
Excellent question. Thank you for the presentation. I do have, thank you for asking about the, about the band room entryways for Laguna. The other question I had was when you're doing the ed specs, are we also taking into account the playgrounds and the equipment needed for all of our students? So adaptive playground equipment for students that are not mobile. And, you know, we don't have any equipment currently that, you know, some of our students are able to use.
Great question. And the short answer is yes. And through targeted, so not only did it just come in the input surveys, both from the site surveys and the community, we did have a targeted focus group with special education to articulate the needs. And then we would get emails that we could incorporate and put that in the fold. So that is definitely on our radar of a desire.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's all of our questions, but we have part 2 of the
We
presentation.
have part 2, and just really quickly, we won't spend a whole lot of time. If you could go to that first tab. This is our facility master plan website. I keep anchoring it back because as we've noted, we had nearly 5,000 responses. All of the survey results live here right now. And so they're available if you go to input. You have all of the meetings that we had, and you can scroll down. That will just show you what we did. And then you have the district-wide look at our survey results, the condition, kind of how people are feeling, what the top 5 facility improvements needed are. And I'm just going to go fast. So if we could go up and then go to presentations. You've seen this all before, but this is where everything lives. And you've got all of our meeting presentations. You have the notes from each individual meeting, and then you have, so that you have accessible. And then finally, we'll just go to campuses. So if you want to look at one specific campus, just surprise me with one. Fikert's great. What you will see, you'll see the entry picture, you'll have the location, you scroll down, you'll have the map, you'll have some drone footage, and then you'll see how many people weighed in, what the improvements are. So site by site, you can go through and take a look. So it's a great place to get started. We have 68 schools, and then you get a comment on each. So just to get the overview as we're finishing and we're doing the compilation of the entire master plan, we can start to take a look and see what was asked and requested.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's really important for the community to be able to see how they can access. Yeah.
Great.
the
All right.
website.
Will you add this presentation to that page?
Say that one more time.
Today's presentation will get added to that
Yes.
page, correct? Okay.
Yes, it will. All right, I'm going to bring Lori Ranieri up from Government Financial Services. Thank you very much. I'm going to switch the presentations.
Does you want to say something?
I'm just excited. Lori is here with Millie. We're going to go ahead and get started. Trustee Vargas, you kind of mentioned what our results have been, and they weren't exactly what we had hoped for. As a reminder from our last conversation when Dr. McLarney was here, we are doing communication efforts, and we're going to do that second tracking poll. Lori and her team have just been working with new information and trying to give us some scenarios. And so I'll turn it over to her to get started.
Thank you. Well, good morning. It's still morning, even though it seemed like we spent a long time already.
You've been here at 11 o'clock before and it was in the evening. So I just want to note that.
All right. And I'm going to be very brief, but I have to start by saying, you know, one of the things that's very inspiring to me, I'm in a lot of school board meetings, and the professionalism of the district and how you handle just everything. It's always so impressive to me, and I enjoy being with you. And the level of service that I know you give to everybody is very high, because this morning I was chauffeur picked up and brought here. And then when I got here, I was offered coffee and a croissant. Now, I know that doesn't happen every day, but it really was a great start to today. And so I want to thank Dr. Coates for being my chauffeur and Millie's chauffeur. And I don't know who arranged the snacks, but those were nice too. So I'm going to be very brief. And, you know, I really like to have a presentation that has a Dilbert and a Peanuts, but we're actually going to be so brief, we don't even need any cartoons. But the brevity of what I want to share with you is not indicative of the amount of thinking. And I want to say that Mr. Hoffman and Dr. Coates have really dug into the public opinion survey and really given a lot of thinking about what it tells us about how we should think about a bond measure and the features of a bond measure. So we've really had a wonderful several meetings getting ready for today with these options. So it's brief, but it's a reflection of a lot of consideration. So just as a reminder of the factors that we think about in a bond measure, we have a target tax levy that we're trying to meet. Now, once we issue bonds, the county levies the taxes, and we just hope not to be far off, right? We're projecting it for many years because the bonds are outstanding for decades. So we have a projected tax levy. But what's the purpose of that tax levy is to be able to make an annual budget of facilities expenditures. And we have a total time horizon for the facilities projects to be addressed. And as you recall from Measure M, one of the things that was important in the time horizon was the effect of inflation on what we could do. And we were able to accelerate the issuance of bonds so that we were able to get more for our dollars while fighting sort of an inflationary environment. So we want that kind of flexibility. But those are the factors as we do the financial modeling. And then in your material, I included it. Now, October 3rd, 2023 sounds like a decade ago now to me. Things change so much every week nowadays. But the reason I included it is it had a lot of background about Measure M and CFD1, just so if you want to go, what did she say last time and what was the relevant of that, you have it for reference. And also, I want to demonstrate to the public how much time you've spent reviewing and rethinking what we're doing. So we came up with 3 options to show you. And one of the things that was an emphasis from the survey was what our target tax should be. And it's interesting because we generally don't hear from anybody about the tax when it's being levied, right? As far as I know, we have not had any questions about the Measure M tax since the election. And we had one person had a question prior to the election. last time that I answered. That was a technical question. You may have had questions during a public information efforts, but my point is, it's a very small part of the tax bill. And you'll remember when I presented before, we actually looked at some tax bills and those are in your material. So it's a very small part of the tax bill. And often people don't notice it later, but during the campaign or a public information effort, it becomes a focal point. So based on the recommendation of the survey, we decided to take a look at what a maximum $38 annual tax levy would be and a 4-series plan, which gives us a shorter horizon, issuing bonds every other year, meaning that all of the money comes in by 2031. So that's only a 7-year time horizon. Now, the projects might take 10 years to do. And then one of the constraints, remember, is why wouldn't we just get all the money at once? Well, there's a federal requirement that we have to have an intention to spend all the money within 3 years of the date of issue of each series of bonds. And our staff can only handle so much volume of work. So that's why we don't borrow all the money at once. And the other part is that we don't want the taxpayers to be paying on debt that was taken on too early. So for efficiency purposes, we're trying to match when we issue the bonds based on when we need the money and also managing our tax rate. So this is a 4-series plan with all the money coming in by 2031, and the $38 target tax would get us just under 600 million for projects. And then we looked at another option, and oops, I have 2 things going. I need to click in both places. A $28 tax levy and still the 4-series plan. And that would net us approximately 440 million for projects over that same time horizon. And then we went to a third option to bring the money in a little faster, all the money in by 2029, and keeping with that lower tax levy of $28 and 413 million for projects. So there's a lot of financial modeling that goes into these numbers, but the key here is that whatever we target, we think is the right tax levy that the voters feel comfortable with and will support. We also need to deliver the projects. So we don't want to have a bond measure that doesn't do enough to be meaningful to people. But if we reach too far, we may be having a tax levy that's not acceptable. So this is obviously smaller than what we did with Measure M. And given our needs, what that means is that whatever we do now, if we go ahead with a bond in November 2024, there will likely be consideration of bonds. You know, we're not having a bond and then that's it. We have to see that our program still continues. And I think that's part of the important communication, that we're actually asking for very little from people, and we want to have a program that I always like to say that is feasible under adverse conditions with room for upside if things go our way, because we want to meet those promises that we had during our public information effort and talk to people about the bond measure. So 3 options out of like many that were presented to you, just so you get a sense of the magnitude of numbers. No decisions obviously being made today, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, quickly before we turn to questions, Ms. Lavasser, I believe there are no public comments via Zoom, correct? Okay, and Mr. Vargas, there are no blue cards, correct?
There are no blue cards on this item.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to start over here with Mr. Fortuna then.
Yeah, I don't have any specific questions. Lori, as usual, has done a great job, and certainly over time has done a good job in terms of explaining this information. These are new numbers, but in terms of process, no, I don't have any questions. They'll come when we get to a point where we gotta make a decision.
Ms. Rainieri, I really like the bond option illustrations, but this is probably me being paranoid, so I have to ask, is there a reason we don't have an example of what our maximum tax levy would look like?
Well, we did that in October.
That you have that in October,
And
okay.
so we started as a baseline with the $60 projected tax rate, which is the maximum statutorily
Gotcha.
offered. And so that's what we could do under sort of the best case scenario without any public input.
Right.
And then our survey guided us to, and frankly, the survey was really guiding us to the 28. And we decided to look at the 38 because you are going to have the tracking survey that will test that. And I'll just say, I don't drive, so I don't pay as much attention to gas prices, but I just happened to be in someone else's car while filling up this weekend. And there was a very, very long line at Costco gas, right? And it still felt expensive. So the way people feel about inflation, it just affects them, even if they're very supportive of schools. And, last time, just as a reminder, measure 70% of the vote, people were really with us. And I think we want to maintain that support with what we do.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just knowing the need is well over 2 billion. It's going to break my heart if we have to go closer to half that, but we can only provide what our community is willing to support. So.
Right. And the other piece is making sure that those are the local dollars that we get to leverage against. The bond will never cover all of it. There is more need, but we do want to make sure we're responsive to where the community is, and that's part of the information piece that we're working through now to make. And this is part of that work, is make sure that people really understand what we're talking about, what the need is at each of our school sites.
Thank you. That's all for me, Madam Chair.
I just have one quick question on the third option. So if I'm understanding the third option correctly, essentially what we're saying here is that we are asking for a somewhat smaller amount, so not the 38, but the 28. But then we are doing the series is over a shorter period of time, which essentially means that we would be asking for a lower bond, but coming back to the public essentially more often. Is that sort of what this would look like?
Yes, by issuing the bonds faster, we bring more money into the program so we can start more projects. But the reason the dollars are lower is because the tax base is smaller, right? So if we're doing it over a 5-year period or a 7-year period, or, the longer period we take, the tax base is growing the whole time. The tax base is, well, I'll say, inshallah, the tax base is growing the entire time. So the longer we wait to issue the bonds, the more we can get for the dollar amount that we're targeted. But at the same time, we have the needs.
I see. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So what we did last time is we started with Measure M, we had a 5-series plan. We were expecting to spend the money over like 10 to 12 years, and we were able to accelerate the bond issuances because of tax-based growth, because of interest rates, et cetera. And that's that room for upside, right? But it's not necessarily an upside to borrow more money than we need. So there's a floor. That's not the right word. There's a ceiling to that upside, right? So if let's say the tax base just started growing really fast, and I said, and we had a bond measure, and I said to Kristen, oh, we can issue all the bonds in one series. She's going to say, well, how are we going to spend all that money within 3 years, right? So we're working within all these constraints. And so I think what it comes down to, when you see the money, it's not as meaningful as saying, what is it going to get us?
Yeah.
Right? What in this kind of cash flow versus that kind of cash flow. So option 2 and 3 have the same tax amount target, but different cash flows, different time horizons, different cash flows.
Yeah. And so my follow-up to that would then be, we're essentially going to come back to this conversation again in 6 years instead of 8 years.
Potentially.
Right. Okay.
And that is the balance of capacity to do the work balanced with the need, and then balanced with the growing tax base that allows. So and we did the 5 issuance plan last time. We were able to do it in 4, which for our taxpayers was of great benefit, because they're paying less over time down the road. So yeah, I mean, if you look at the options, the third option, from my perspective, without making a recommendation yet, does tell a different story than option 2 and 3 tell. And so that, but we did want to put those out there just so the board had an understanding of what, you have flexibility in how we put this together.
Options 1 and 2 model what we actually did with Measure
The 4 series.
Right.
Right, and just a reminder, I'll just go to kind of the summary of Measure M from last time, because we have a great story to tell. We got 14 million more for facilities than we expected. We accelerated the borrowing, so we brought the money in earlier. We were able to do projects faster. And the really big number is debt service was lower by 232 million because borrowing for shorter term, interest rates were low. We were able to take advantage of those things. Now, there's a lot we can't control. And I want to just give you a flip side of this. Some districts put a really big number and they're kind of aggressive with their assumptions, and then they're not able to sell the bonds. So they've had a successful election, but they can't implement. And I just had a district that years ago, before we were working with them, they had an election for a really big number, and they had not even issued 50% of the bonds because it was just a kind of a monopoly number. And at the irritation and then relief of the Taxpayers Association, they canceled that bonding authority because it was just hanging out there. They never lost, they still had the legal authority, but they weren't going to be able to use it. So we want to have a plan that is feasible. And we spend a lot of time on this because I love to talk about it and you're very receptive to me, but really this is just one little component of a car that needs to go down the road, right? And the real point is the journey and the destination, not how we clean the car, tune the car up, get it ready for the trip, right? But we want you to know what these numbers are based on, and but it is kind of the behind the scenes part.
Then I have one last question, which is, so can you remind me, I think I saw it somewhere in the presentation, but can you remind me what the projections are around the interest rate? And so if we're looking at a 6-year or I guess 5-year time horizon here versus a 7 or 8-year time horizon here, right? The changes in the interest rate will impact that. And so how does that impact the cost of this doing, option 2 versus option 3? And how might that impact the risk involved?
I love that question. I don't know if everybody in the room did, but I love talking about this because this is, to me, a very important part of risk management. Because making a plan for what you want to do is what can go right. Risk management is about what can go wrong. And so what we do is we take today's interest rates and we assume that the historical volatility that the municipal bond market has experienced will continue into the future, but all on the upside. And so that's why the chart that I'm showing now, this is actually from October. We took the market index at the time, we adjusted it for the credit quality of the district, and then we assume the volatility. And the more the bonds are being issued in the future, the higher the interest rate we assume. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We assume. And so like with Measure M, we didn't experience the higher interest rates that we assumed, so we got a savings. But I'd rather assume. I don't want the vacation to be canceled because when we got to the gas station, the gas was $1 more. Right? I want to make sure I'm ready for that inflation. Now, and that's one of the things that sometimes hurts a bond plan. People haven't assumed those higher interest rates. Now, we've been lucky that since we did this work in October, this October presentation was based on interest rates in September. They're actually like a 0.5 point down. And I'm sure everybody in the room is aware that the Federal Open Market Committee is meeting today. And the announcement has been that there'll be no change, right? And depending on where you are in the world of finance, you might want the rate to go up or the rate to go down. But since we help our members with borrowing, we always want them to go down. But the more important thing, just as if you're thinking you want to watch what happens today, the market has already built in The interest rates are future looking. The market has already decided. So the only thing that upsets the market is when the Federal Open Market Committee does something different than what people are expecting. Then there's a reaction. But as long as they do what everyone's expecting, then we're good. And we don't like shocks in the market because we're making a plan. Our bonds are not going to be paid off for 24 more years for Measure M, right? So we're planning long-term. We like things stable. And so I guess I'll say the Federal Open Market Committee, if they in fact do nothing, I won't consider the doing nothing not doing their job. I'll consider the doing nothing not upsetting the apple cart. I think I got 2 metaphors into that sentence.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So just to put a cherry on top of that, so based on your projections of where the interest rate is going, are you suggesting a benefit to doing a shorter time horizon as opposed to a longer one, or vice versa?
Oh, that's a great question because you're thinking about the yield curve. And I have a chart on that. Yeah, one before. Okay, so that's the, oh no, I'm sorry, that's not the yield curve. That's, oh yeah, I had the yield curve on the chart I was showing you. Sorry. So this shows you the yield curve and you can see that the shorter terms, there's a dip in the yield curve for the shorter terms. So again, assuming, we want to assume what's feasible. So we actually assume the longer term bonds, and then we shorten the term as we go, as we issue each bond. If we can shorten the term, we will. And I want to see where I had that from Measure M. Just give me 1 second to find my place. Yeah, here it is. In Measure M, we shortened the total term of all the bonds by 3 years. And we were able to shift things into the earlier part of the yield curve. And so we don't plan that opportunity will be available. We plan to set ourselves up to take it when it is available. And it comes to us 2 ways. One, in the new issuance of bonds. So if we can shorten terms, we start doing that as we're issuing bonds, but also with refinancings. And so we've talked about that recently, where we were moving things shorter. The refi was not just a savings from interest rates being lower today than they were before. It relates to that we're now closer to the end, so the remaining term can be shorter, so we can be at a shorter point in the yield curve, which means that sometimes we get a refi opportunity and interest rates either haven't changed or they could even go up, and we can refi into the shorter part of the yield curve. So that's part of our ongoing work. So what we plan for is to create the structure of opportunities with things like the ability to call our debt early and things like that, so that we can take those opportunities when they come, but we don't assume that we'll get the opportunities. Does that make sense?
Yes. Great. Thank you for getting into the weeds with me.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Ms. Lavasser, we have no comments via Zoom, correct?
Yes, Madam President, that is correct.
And we have no blue cards, correct?
There are no blue cards.
Thank you. I would then like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 4 on the consent agenda.
Yeah, I move items 1 to 4 on consent agenda.
It was moved by Mr. Fortuna and seconded by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And we did that so quick that we are early for our lunch break. So, all right, we are going to call for a lunch break and we will resume in 30 minutes. Is lunch here? Just want to double check. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. We will resume back at 11:50. We'll do that, 11:50. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order at 11:51 a.m.
Check with Mr. Mate, are we still recording?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Mate and crew or crew, are we recording? We are recording. Okay, thank you. Love the thumbs up. Okay. Next on the agenda is our budget, it says budget priority process, need, impact, and prioritization. I'm going to call it Mr. Cerruti. He's already there. Perfect.
And thank you, Madam President. And good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. We're greatly appreciative of the opportunity to provide information and engage in a discussion related to our budget priority process. It's, as the title indicates, process, need, impact, and prioritization. The real focus here is process. That's really what we're going to remain focused on today. And so we have two intended outcomes. We're going to obtain board direction, your direction and feedback on the budget priority, need, impact, and prioritization ranking process that we have piloted and that we're bringing forward to you for consideration. And then we're also going to inform the board of the logic model planning program management evaluation and communication tool. It's a long-standing communication tool, and we'll take a look at some of those that we also feel will be helpful and a consistent way to share information with the board. So with that, there's going to be a variety of folks that are involved in this presentation. And so first of all, I'll turn over the next couple of slides to our superintendent, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So just kind of, setting the larger framework as we work through this process. And I do want to make sure we highlight today's about process. We want to make sure that the board and the community understands how we're trying to come up with a system to be able to evaluate things that are oftentimes very challenging to evaluate. There's very few things on the funding priority list that are A plus B equals C. And so you're going to see a variety of different mechanisms that we'll use to try to do that work. But just kind of consideration as we're working through this, the budget priorities is a reminder, the ESSER funds are going away. So we're doing everything we can to expend those by the September 30 deadline, and we'll absolutely take care of that. We do have the benefit of two block grants that we are very appreciative that came from the governor and the legislature as a result of significantly more revenues at the state level than expected. And one of the things that they did that was very helpful is they used one-time solutions with some of those dollars. So, and these are examples. So we have both block grants, the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, as well as the Arts, Music, and Instructional Material discretionary grant. And we've had some of those conversations already, but just a reminder of that. And as we move forward and we start to come up with tools to be able to evaluate what's in place, things we need to take in consideration is where we are today is at a different place than where we were, in the middle of the pandemic and working our way through it. So being aware that things, that our circumstances have changed, and the reality long-term is identifying ongoing funds at some point as we work through this process. That's the goal for the items that we identify as critical, that meet needs and can have a demonstrated impact on kids. And then my last slide, this is just probably my favorite slide of all the slides I do all year. These 5 agreements that we have, very simple. I've shared them multiple times with other superintendents and folks across the state, and it really does help us stay focused on the work that we're doing. So first and foremost, we're going to remain fiscally solvent. State's not coming and taking over Elk Grove Unified, and that's always our first priority. The second thing, and we're in the middle of this right now, and this is, if you look at districts across the state, they are literally dismantling what they've built over the past several years because they don't have funding in place to be able to keep those things going. We're at a point right now where we've identified one-time funding to be able to keep these valuable services moving forward. And so really happy about that, but that's really where we are focused right now. As you know, we've completed the, outside of one group, the comparability study, which was an amazing, crazy amount of work, but the absolute right thing to do. So we've really checked that box with regards to remaining competitive for now, knowing there'll be work down the road. Again, and we're not in a spot to be able to build upon what we've already started, and we're really not in a spot to be able to contemplate new programming just based on where we are in our funding considerations. So I appreciate all the work that we've done to this point, and just this is always a place to be able to anchor ourselves, as this is an agreement between the board, between our community, and between our labor partners. So I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman. And now what we're going to do is we did think that it would be helpful for the board and the community to get a bit of historic perspective about the efforts we undertook to engage them in feedback. I'm sorry, first of all, in the needs analysis process, and then feedback, because as Superintendent Hoffman indicated, the current list of budget priorities originated through this ESSER process. So first of all, and some of these slides are jam-packed with information, and I won't be going through it line by line, but the needs assessment survey that was open back in July of 2021, and there were these 5 open-ended questions. And so, and just a quick comment about that. Of course, there's a couple of options. We could have put a survey together that we go through and identify 4 or 5, select one or all. We opted for completely open-ended questions, which allows people to put in whatever their thoughts are. And then we use a semi-automated process in the Department of Research and Evaluation to pull out specific comments and then merge that and look at what we referred to as emergent themes. This gives an idea of just the level of responses. Just over 28,000 responses total in terms of responding to that needs analysis survey. These are the themes that emerged based upon that semi-automated process. Increased staffing, engaging in enjoyable in-person events. I mean, one of the things for everyone to keep in mind, I know that you're fully aware, but again, for the community, is this is going back to the time when we were just coming out of distance learning and moving through the process of hybrids and all those things that we were doing. So this is coming right out of that time. Then there was a feedback survey, and it's comparable to what we do with the LCAP. We ask for, what do you think we need? And then we put a plan together and we say, here is our plan. Let us know what you think of the plan. I wouldn't be startled necessarily by 330 responses. It's similar when we do the last time we did the LCAP needs analysis survey, we were at over 48,000 people that responded, and we actually have far less of it folks that are responding to the full plan. When I say I wouldn't be alarmed, it's fairly consistent in terms of what that is. And quite often what we get is it's either a question about something on the plan itself, or we oftentimes receive, it seems fairly clear and detailed. So that's typically the types of responses we get. But it's 2 processes, needs analysis and then feedback. The LCAP Collaborative is a group that we've worked with for years, going all the way back to the origin of the LCAP, which dates back to 2014. And so this is the superintendent's cabinet, and it is 3 to 4 members of each of our labor groups. And we work what originated as a group to engage in the LCAP process, and it's a requirement, a state requirement to engage your labor groups in that. It's really expanded. It's certainly stayed within the constructs of budget and budget planning, but they're an invaluable group. And it certainly is an extension and actually an example of the type of work and relationship that we have with our labor groups, which is a very positive and collaborative one. Next several slides, again, these are just more for confirmation of the level of feedback, because while there was the ESSER plan input and feedback processes, we were going prior to that. These weren't necessarily a requirement of the state. This is what we were doing. It's an expectation that you've shared with us for years as a board, which is we need to hear from our educational partners, our kids, our families, and our staff. And this is 3 slides in chronologic order of all of the opportunities that we provided folks to provide us information as we were transitioning through and out of the pandemic. This one takes us up to May of 2021. And this one takes us up to October of 2021. And that was the last one that we did, was our LCAP needs analysis survey. So all of these efforts are here to inform. We gathered information continuously through this process. One of the things that I would share is in the years that we've done the LCAP, so nearly a decade of LCAPing, is I think it's good. Doesn't necessarily really matter what I think, but I do think it's good that when we have elicited feedback, and I go back to the first survey that we gave, we got, don't hold me to this, 1,905, I believe, but it was around 1,900 people completed the survey. The last LCAP needs analysis survey, we had just under 50,000. We had over 48,000. Throughout that time, the themes that have emerged have remained fairly consistent. High quality teaching, safe and clean classrooms, counseling, mental health services. Some emerge in certain years, transportation at times can emerge, but the themes remain consistent, which is good in my opinion, because if it was 10 things one year and 10 completely different things the next and 10 completely different things the next, then we could start to question what even our own focus is, and we're going to be reaching and grabbing for a variety of things. But the themes that emerge and the needs that emerged remain fairly consistent, and they did here. Even when we were in distance learning and asking about the quality of distance learning, they were saying they appreciate and wanted high quality distance learning instruction. So a lot of the same things emerged that really help us stay focused in terms of what our recommendations are bringing to the board and ultimately for the board to consider. And so now we'll move into the actual budget priorities. And again, this is what emerged from all of those prior surveys that we did. And these are three slides. And again, all of these are staffing specific. They're in alphabetical order. There is no prioritization. The one thing that I would mention is where it says plan section, there were three sections to the ESSER plan. The first one was strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning. So that was one of the categories that you could spend money on. The other was addressing lost instructional time, and all districts had to put a minimum of 20% of the ESSER 3 funds into that category. And the third was a catch-all, which is use of any remaining funds. So that was the catch-all. So when you see that, some may ask, well, what's the significance of the plan section? Our plan indicated exactly which section that anything that we were recommending for to be allocated was identified by the specific plan sections. And there are 3 slides that capture these various positions. And for our folks out in the community, FTE is full-time equivalency. That's literally, if you see a number 3, that means there were 3 people. An allocation of 3. Sometimes in our world that can mean 6 half-time people or things of that nature, but that's what that FTE is referring to. And that's a grand total of 297.4 positions. A quick budget priority timeline. So you're going to hear in just a little bit, in just a minute or two, I'm going to ask my friend and colleague, the Director of Research and Evaluation, Jeremy Hinshaw, to come up. He's going to walk you through the actual process that we have used to engage two stakeholder groups, our principals and our labor group leaders, and we'll explain why those two groups in particular are having a unique opportunity to provide feedback. And in short, it's because of the unique perspective that they have in their positions. Because if you go back and look at these positions, and what we're talking about doing is identifying need, the impact, and then in some way ranking these so that if we have a dollar to spend, how do we determine what to spend that dollar on? That's what the process that we're going to be sharing with you. So we did pilot that in January with our principals. We piloted it just a little while ago with our labor group leaders. It's likely, based upon their feedback, that we're going to redo that process again to obtain their feedback. Where it says all educational partner input, that is what used to be, if you recall, we used to do the LCAP needs analysis process in the fall. The surveys went out in the fall, and we switched it. So we did it for a variety of reasons. One is we're doing it toward the end of a year, which means people are able to look at the entire year to provide what we would consider to be a more informed perspective. The other is to be economical, because we survey a lot. And what we want to do is we want to avoid folks from just getting overrun with surveys. And I'll say this now, and we continue to say it, I don't ever want anyone to think that we don't use this data. It's invaluable information that we obtain. But this survey is going to be going out in just a couple of weeks. And Jeremy can speak a little bit more to that. But Jeremy, I think it runs for, where is Jeremy? A month, 5 weeks? So it's going to run the month of April and into the month of May is what that will be. And it's referred to as the perspective survey. So we're having a student perspective survey, staff perspective survey, and a parent perspective survey. That's going out in April. We'll be able to gather all of that data in July. And so this summer in Cabinet, we'll be reviewing that data. And then in the fall, we'll be bringing that data along with the LCAP results. So it could be September or October. I, of course, would work with Superintendent Hoffman and who would be working with our board president to determine the timing of that. But this fall will be a very informative time, because we're going to be looking at the feedback we obtained, and it's going to be timed with actual LCAP, all of our LCAP data results. So it should be a very informative and interesting time for us to take a look. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my good friend. He's going to walk you through the actual process. Jeremy.
Mark?
Yes, sir.
In the for the last circle there, the board fall 2024, what's the expectation?
So, Mr. Forcina, in the fall, what we'll be bringing to the board and providing to the board in some format, it's probably going to be a combination of BCs. More than likely, it's a workshop, because that's typically what we would do. It'll be a heavy data day, because what we'll be doing is providing the survey results from both the principal input, the labor input that you're going to hear more about, as well as the surveys that went out. So the LCAP survey, remember the old LCAP survey? So that's being combined with the culture and climate survey. So we're going to expect tens of thousands of responses to that. So we'll look at that data. It's also the time that we'll have a variety of data sets, such as the PIC data, our output data. And if I say, hit me with your left hand, Jeremy, if I'm saying something and the timing isn't right, but there'll be the output data that we'll have, and we'll also have the LCAP metrics. So there's going to be a lot of data which we can start to look at and say, here were the needs that were identified. How are we doing? What are our outcomes? And then how are our programs seemingly doing? So that's what that is. It's going to be a great deal of data coming to the board.
Okay, because is this entitled budget priorities timeline, but we'll be approving the budget before fall.
Right, well,
for the 24-25
right, so
school.
this is a multi-year budget priority piece. So this is looking at the identified items that came out of the ESSER.
Right.
What we're talking about here is how we evaluate and give the board, the community and staff something to hold on to with regards to, at some point, staff's gonna make a recommendation to the board of an order to put those things in. And the board's gonna give us feedback on it. And at some point, the board's gonna make decisions. No, we're not gonna be able to afford to do that moving forward. Yes, we are gonna be able to afford this moving forward. And the first batch of things that we want to make ongoing are these. And what we want to be able to do is make sure when an individual board member and when the board as a whole makes a decision and weighs in on it, that they have something to point to as what it is that they considered in making that decision. Because what we look at the exact same data, but what you value and what Ms. Jamerson may value, even looking at the same information, may be different. So this is about the process related to the board priority list and the coming out of the ESSER. We still have regular budget work to do but this is outside of the general fund budget right now.
So to clarify, when we are being asked to take action, that will take place in the fall. That's what you're referring to on that timeline.
We may get to a point in the fall where we're asking, but I think though at minimum at that point, there'll be discussions about starting to get feedback on what the ranking of those positions, what those positions are. At the same time, we'll have the May revision that we're going to get, and if you look at the second interim that we provided to the board just this last meeting, we're deficit spending in the current year. We are deficit spending in the next year related to not these 297 positions, but the other things that we do within the school district. And so a question's going to be, are we in a place to add anything into it when we are deficit spending in that? That'll be a conversation that the board needs to do. But we'll do the standard budget process. This is the beyond that long term, which we promised we'd bring the board the opportunity to have feedback. What are we going to do with these 297 positions? And there's still a series of non-people things that we're doing, Chromebooks, one-to-one Chromebooks. There's a whole list of things there that we have to figure out additional ways to fund at one time, or will there be an opportunity to make some of them ongoing at some point? And the board will ultimately make that decision. We want to make sure as staff, when we bring you a recommendation, it's based on some of the things that we're going to share with you today, and we want to be transparent of where that's coming from.
So hopefully that, I mean, certainly Superintendent Hoffman's response to that question is very clear. And I would just reiterate that it may seem odd that what we're talking about, really what we're doing is we're setting the stage. Imagine it's January and the additional governor's budget's coming out. Our budget experts are already reading the tea leaves and forecasting where we're at, because what we want to do is we want to position you as a board in the best possible position, because when you went back and saw 380 some odd positions plus other things that typically in the LCAP, they'll refer to programs and services are people and programs are things, kind of a description of it. But ultimately, how do you decide? And we want to be able to, we're showing you our strategy to begin to move this forward and position the board to be in a really good position to make those decisions if we have money to spend or if we don't. And so with that, I'll just mention need, impact, and ranking, those three things. That's what we're attempting to do. Understanding what the need is, understanding its impact, and then determining value. And this is where it can get, because anybody knows if we had a nurse and a psychologist and a teacher and an MHT and a vice principal, and we asked everyone, how important is your job? You're going to say it's the most important job, right? And they are all extremely important. Our challenge is to try and put a methodology together that actually begins to enable us to make some decisions. With that, Jeremy? It's all yours, sir.
Good afternoon. So I'd like to take you through the processes we've been piloting with various groups to solicit their feedback and reflecting on these formerly ESSER-funded positions. Our hopes to compile a comprehensive data set encompassing multiple key perspectives to inform future board recommendations on how to proceed. While a comprehensive data set would be broad enough to include input from all educational partners, including parents, students, and staff, we're also interested in getting a deeper perspective from a subset of those educational partners who are uniquely positioned to have access to direct knowledge and experiences with these positions and the work they've been engaged in. And that subset of uniquely positioned folks, as Mark said, includes our principals who interact with the entire cross-section of the services these positions provide, and our labor leaders who sit on the district's LCAP collaborative. So the essential question we'd like to this process to answer is, if we only have a limited amount of money to spend, how should we prioritize that money? The most direct method to answer this question is to ask participants to rank order these positions and services in terms of the priority for future ongoing funding. However, as you saw in the previous slides, there are quite a few of them. It took 3 slides to list them all, and asking respondents to rank more than about 10 things is not considered to be a best practice in survey methods. Generally, when you get more than 10, it's considered to be too cognitively taxing on people, too time intensive. So the goal of this pilot process was to develop and test a method to provide sufficient scaffolding necessary to effectively force rank these positions in terms of budget priority. So the method that we've been piloting starts with an independent review of the position descriptions. Participants were given about 5 to 10 minutes to read through a list of positions and the associated description of their duties. While many participants are not familiar with the work that is done by these positions, or while they are familiar with the work that's done by these positions, they might not necessarily be sufficiently familiar with the titles to attribute their work to them. So this helps participants bridge that gap. In the second phase of the activity, we asked them to independently rate the perceived need and impact for each of the positions, given their experiences in an online survey. While ranking 21 items is a relatively difficult task, rating each of these items on a 4-point scale is far more manageable. In the third phase of the activity, we provided participants with graphical data reports showing them the results from the need and impact responses they had just given. And the ratings results were aggregated in such a way as to provide them with a baseline ranking that could function among the whole group, again, as a baseline, based on the rated need and impact. Participants were assembled into small groups of about 5 to 7 individuals and given a discussion prompt asking them to react to the baseline rankings and discuss whether they made sense to them and gather information from their peers. Finally, after about 10 minutes of discussion, the participants were asked to provide the forced rankings of the positions via an independent online survey. And our hope is that the baseline rankings and the ensuing discussions would provide participants with the support necessary to make those final forced rank decisions as easy as possible. So this is a screenshot of the need and impact rating survey. Respondents were presented with a list of 21 bundled positions and services to rate both need and impact. First, they were asked to rate need, which was defined for them as the extent to which the positions supported intended student outcomes. The provided example was that academic intervention teachers were intended to support early literacy and numeracy. Second, they were asked to rate impact for the 21 positions and services, which were defined as the extent to which they perceived they had an impact on intended student outcomes, given their experiences. And to mitigate likely ceiling effects, in which respondents would rate them all as the highest or high need, for instance, we asked them to spread out their ratings among those values. This was a discussion protocol we presented to participants during the portion of the activity where they reviewed the baseline rankings as a function of need and impact that they provided through the initial survey. We asked them to balance and consider the importance of both direct services to students, like counselors, and indirect services that enable and support the effectiveness of those positions that do directly interact with students. Throughout the process, we asked them to centralize student need as the most important factor in their discussions. But the point of the discussion was to expose participants to the experiences of others to inform their decisions, but groups were not asked to reach a consensus necessarily. The guiding questions we asked them and and others were what surprised them about the results, and to think about what gaps in their knowledge and experiences might be informed from the input of the others at the table. And once the discussions had come to an end, we asked them to independently rank the positions via a second online survey. You see a screenshot of the survey here, where respondents could move the various positions up and down to indicate their forced rankings. Note that during the second survey, the initial order of the positions presented to them was randomized uniquely for each individual, so as not to systematically bias their responses one way or another if they had initially started up high. So the pilot ranking process I just described was intended to provide deeper information from a subset of those among us who were most uniquely positioned to have substantial experience and exposure with the associated services provided. But we also wanted to ensure that the final comprehensive data set that would be used to put together a recommendation afforded all educational partners an opportunity to contribute their perspectives. In thinking through how we would incorporate input from all educational partners, we wanted to ensure that we did so in a manner that would be coherent among related efforts and make efficient use of input from our educational partners. These positions and services that we're considering are all aligned with one or more of our district's strategic goals, which form the basis for our local control and accountability plan, or LCAP. One of the primary vehicles through which we solicit the input of all of our educational partners to inform the development of our district LCAP is our district LCAP needs survey, which Mark alluded to before. Historically, this has been administered in the fall, as he said, but as a result of our survey consolidation effort, is now administered as one component of our extensive spring perspective surveys, which will open in the next few weeks. The LCAP needs survey items ask our educational partners to rate importance and satisfaction with various areas of service aligned to each of our strategic goals. As the positions themselves pertain to those areas of service, we propose to use the existing LCAP needs survey items to help inform how the final comprehensive data set that will be used to propose a recommendation on how to proceed with these positions. So for instance, among these formerly ESSER-funded positions and services, as an example, VAPA curriculum specialists and AVID coaches would support high-quality curriculum and instruction. Academic intervention teachers and EL program specialist positions support student assessment and instruction guided by assessment results. Social workers, school nurses, and equity coaches contribute towards student wellness. Family and community liaisons and bilingual teaching associates support family and community engagement. So for each of these positions, we can draw connections to how they interact with our learning system through these strategic goals. And the way that we draw those connections is through the use of logic models. For each of these positions, program leaders have composed logic models that describe what each position does via outputs and what they're intended to accomplish in terms of outcomes. For each position, we examine the logic models provided by program leaders and see how each align with the various service areas that we ask about on the LCAP needs survey. That's administered to all students, parents, and staff. And we create a crosswalk between these positions and the LCAP needs areas. We then use that crosswalk to aggregate responses from the LCAP needs survey through the lens of how they relate to these positions to create a proxy measure for how they might be ranked by these groups of importance, which we view as related to need, and satisfaction, which we review as related to impact. So now we'd like to focus on digging deeper into logic models, starting first with a brief example of how we go about aligning these positions with our LCAP needs areas. So here we have a hypothetical logic model for secondary counselors. In the leftmost column, we detail inputs, which describes what we invest in terms of these positions. So in this case, that would be 14 counselors, which are budgeted about $15 million or $1.5 million. In the middle column, we show outputs, which are the actions these positions are primarily intended to provide, namely personal support and advice and preparation for college and career. And in the rightmost column, we show the outcomes that we believe will result from the outputs or actions provided by the position. In this case, that's increased A through G completion, college and career readiness, increased honors or AP course enrollment, higher graduation rates, improved college going rates, and higher FAFSA completion rates. Outside of the logic model here, on the right, we've shown a sampling of LCAP needs areas. So to create the crosswalk, we examine each output and outcome, and we identify associated LCAP needs areas. For instance, if parents rate the LCAP needs area of students to be able to enroll in any course they choose as very important, we know that one way we could meet that need is by providing secondary counselors. This crosswalk process helps us make those associations. And I apologize, I'm sort of glossing over the logic model concept here fairly quickly. In a few moments, Mark will return and talk more in depth about logic models. So when we put all these processes for gathering input together, we hope to provide a comprehensive picture of how various groups indicate these various positions as budget priorities for the future to inform a recommendation on how to proceed. That final data set will include both the deeper perspectives of our principals and labor leaders in the LCAP Collaborative, who are uniquely positioned to make explicit rankings in the context of a supportive process, and the broader perspectives of our entire community through the lens of the LCAP Needs Survey items, which will allow us to efficiently gather input without the need for additional surveys. And now I'll pass it on to Mark to talk a little bit more about logic models.
Thank you, Jeremy. So Mark, just before you jump in, so just trying to go synopsis of where we are right now. So we're trying to develop a comprehensive plan that will have multiple components to be able to give staff, give the community, and give the board some data points by which to make these decisions moving forward. So what we have so far is 3 different versions of that. The piloted process that we did with our principals and with our labor leaders, the perspectives survey, which is coming up next, and then the introduction of the logic model. So we're pretty familiar with the survey. The new piloted model is a little bit new, and the logic models actually isn't something new, but it's something that staff has been working with for years, but we're now actually kind of a little bit behind the curtains of letting the community understand how folks that are responsible for managing these huge programs are doing that work. And so this is going to be an insight to be able for the board. The board has seen it in a couple of in more smaller meetings. Some have may have seen it more than others, but this is an opportunity for everybody to be exposed to the concept.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you, Jeremy. As Chris indicated, logic models have been around for a very long time. And in fact, most grant writers in our grant office, if we're applying for a grant, it's oftentimes a requirement. The templates are embedded in there. And so, for example, if there was a grant and you could be awarded $50,000, so as you'll see in a minute, it's think input, output, and outcome. The inputs are typically people, time, and money. So we're going to spend $50,000 to purchase these things to do this stuff, resulting in this. And so it's very, very common. And what it is it's a graphic illustration. It is not intended to be a standalone document. It is not. It's a way to capture the essential input, output, and outcomes of any action or service. Okay. It's really a way of thinking. So it serves as a framework for planning, for program management, because it displays the connections between resources, activities, and outcomes. And so it's not uncommon at all for me to sit down with some of our department managers, and whether or not we're actually looking at a specific logic model on a piece of paper, this is the way we have conversations. What's going in, what's coming out, what's it resulting in, and where are we having some gaps, or where, how's the process and system working? Evaluation support. It helps to determine what to evaluate. A logic model is not an evaluative tool, but it provides information about what to evaluate. Because keep in mind some of the connections to all of these things that we're doing, and you've heard me reference, and we've shared information about what we refer to as a PIC, Program Implementation Continuum. It's a way of looking at levels of implementation of output. Our LCAP metrics are all outcome metrics. And so that's what's used in terms of evaluation, a logic model that helps to determine what to evaluate. And then can be a very effective communication tool, and that's predominantly what we're using it for today. So here is a non-educational example. So the inputs are elliptical machines and a stationary bike. And there's a total cost of $3,000 for some health and fitness equipment. And so the actions, it notes that there's going to be some strength training and cardio training. So those are the outputs. That's what's taking place. And then you can see where it talks about outcomes and data sources. So the outcome is we're hoping that there's going to be improved physical health. And the data sources, it notes there's some data sources that we're going to be looking at to confirm, are we getting healthier or not? Okay, pretty straightforward. They're intended to be easily understood. I want to make one comment before we're going to run through 3 actual examples now. And the first Chad is going to walk you through, go back to the counseling example. But I do want to point something out, because one of the things that you'll notice that's not here, if you look to the far right, it talks about the intended outcome or outcomes, and it talks about data sources. It does not talk about the data. That's not where data will live. So at the end, I'll be sharing with you and the community about when and how we'll be starting to move all of these logic models forward. You won't be getting data until the fall. Then what we'll do is you'll get these again just as a point of reference. And so, for example, the first one you're going to see is about counselors. What you'll get is, as a reminder, here's the logic model, and now attached to it is actual data. Okay? And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my good friend, Chad.
Mark, can I please stop? Your
Yes, sir.
your example that you're providing is pretty straightforward and easy.
Yes.
What do you do with the more complex issues like equity coach?
You're going to see it in just a second.
Thank you.
We're going to show
Okay.
3 of them to you.
All right.
And
Yeah, I
we'll-
mean, just to that point, Mr. Pertino, and I don't think I've said this one yet today. I said it earlier in the facility piece, but I want to make sure, A plus B equals C. I mean, in
Right.
the easiest world, we do this, and we get this. And we just know we're talking about little people, in some cases, big people, but we're talking about people and the impacts on services and things we're doing, and being able to actually clearly articulate exactly this action ends up in this result is really, really hard to do. And that's part of why we want to have a multi-pronged approach to how we're looking at these things. We want to get people's perspectives that are interacting with it on a daily basis. We want to get the feelings and perspectives of everybody that's in our system. And then we also want to show how managers are going about and trying to very logically go about it. But in the end, we're going to bring you recommendations based on information, and very few of them are going to be A plus B equals C. In the end, we're going to have to make difficult decisions about which ones are a greater priority than others, and that'll be part of the work. But that's why we're trying to make this as broad as we can with regards to what you're going to be able to hold on to and making these decisions.
And Mr. Porcino, we do, and everyone, we do welcome, it is important to push back. This, as I said, this is intended to communicate at a relatively high and simplified level. Now, that doesn't mean it's simple, but it's logical. That's the logic model. What's the logic behind what is our thinking? You've taken time, Mr. Forcina, as have others, to sit down where we've looked at some of the program implementation continuum, and that's where you can see the levels of complexity. And those weren't, pounded into granite from on high from wherever. That's our experts sitting down and looking about, for example, how would you dissect a school's EL program? What are the components of it? There can be others who could look at it and see if we have 3, they could identify a 4th. And we're always analyzing our own approach to evaluating these programs. With that, I will now turn it over to Chad.
Good afternoon, everybody. So Jeremy provided an overview and an example of the counseling logic model, but this is a more detailed version. So reading it from left to right, you can see that our input, we invested approximately 1.5 million to hire an additional 14 counselors for our secondary level, middle schools and high schools. And then the outputs on what we do is because we continue to prioritize counselors supporting the 3 realms to support students' needs, academic, social, emotional, mental health, and behavioral needs for all of our students. And we're supporting student learning via a variety of options, academic and personal development, intervening and monitoring student behavior, wellness, and their achievement, coordinating with school and community resources to provide those necessary supports, supporting students with their college and career readiness, and then increasing school-to-home communication. And on the far right column, our outcomes will include increased access to one-on-one counseling support, so lower student ratios, multi-tiered system of support for Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions, increased A through G completion in college and career readiness rates, increased usage of the advanced placement AP potential for recruitment, enrollment, and support for students taking honors and advanced classes to meet those A to G requirements, and then increased free application for federal student aid completions. Sorry, I tried not to use any acronyms. And then our data sources, once the year concludes, and we'll have those data for this year, would be California School Dashboard. That's where we can find college and career readiness. And then research and evaluation through the Power BI provides data on the multi-tiered system of support for Tier 2 and Tier 3 documentation, the free application for federal student aid and A through G completion rates, our college-going culture percentages, and then school climate and parent surveys to get feedback on perception regarding counselor and the services. And with that, I will turn it over to our Director of English Language Services, Dr. Lilly.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you the logic model for English Learner Services. If you look in the first column, outputs or inputs, you'll see that this logic model is for FTE that consists of 2 full-time EL coordinators at Florin and Valley High School, 13.9 FTE for EL coordinators at all of our secondary sites. That includes both our comprehensive and alt ed school sites, and 10 FTE for EL instruction. And that allows our secondary schools to offer additional courses for their newcomer students. So there's a total of 25.9 FTE that's been allocated based on our secondary sites' programmatic needs. If you move into the second column labeled outputs, you'll see that because of this FTE, we've been able to welcome, affirm, and respond to the different strengths, needs, and identities of our multilingual learners. And I want to specifically highlight the role of the EL coordinator, because prior to this FTE, that responsibility fell upon a vice principal or a teacher who was willing to work above and beyond their contract to offer the following services. Our EL coordinators are responsible for administering the LPAC assessment. That includes the initial, summative, and alternate assessment. This is a high-stakes test for our English learners, and it's a heavy lift for our school sites who have more than 300 students to assess. Our EL coordinators are also responsible for monitoring language acquisition and making sure that our different typologies of English learners are receiving appropriate supports. So that's supporting our newcomer students, our dually identified students, or our long-term English learners. Our EL coordinators are also responsible for the reclassification process, which we have a pretty streamlined process here in Elk Grove. However, the CDE is looking to standardize that process across the state of California through a new protocol called OPTEL. That stands for the Observation Protocol for Teachers of English Learners. And this new process is going to significantly increase the complexity of this work. Our EL coordinators are also responsible for the identification of our English learners from the time they enroll and ensuring that they are placed appropriately in the correct courses and that they have access to EL services and programs. Our EL coordinators also progress monitor all 10,500 English learners throughout our district. And the state also requires us to progress monitor our students who have reclassified for up to a 4-year period. So that's an additional 3,600 students who are monitored. This requires a lot of collaboration between our EL coordinators and our teachers, and it also requires extensive documentation in synergy for each student. Our EL coordinators are also responsible for bridging the homeschool connection. They often help our site leaders implement the EL advisory committees at their school sites. And they're also helping our school sites implement a newcomer welcome inclusion protocol This is a process that we are currently piloting and we are excited to bring district-wide. It supports our newcomer students and families from the time they enroll to the first 10 days in the classroom so that we are setting our newcomer students up for success as they adjust to life in a new school and a new country. And last but not least, our EL coordinators work with our EL instructional coaches to help develop site-based professional learning plans based on site goals and individual site needs. So as you can see, the EL coordinator role is not just a position, but it serves as a catalyst for equity and fostering student achievement for our multilingual learners. If you look in the last column, outcomes, because of this FTE, we've been able to ensure that our multilingual students are developing the linguistic, academic, and social skills required to be future leaders and global citizens in college, career, and life. And the EL coordinator role has also helped us maintain all state and federal compliance mandates. There's a variety of data points that we're able to use to measure the effectiveness of this FTE. We've been looking at our LPAC completion rates, our performance data on the LPAC assessment. We look at how our English learners and reclassified students are performing on the English language arts portion of the CASP. We have access to our California dashboard data. We also track the number of students who are earning the state seal of biliteracy, many of them earning the seal in multiple languages. Our reclassification rate is well above the current state average. And we also have our site's EL PIC data and then federal program monitoring, in which our last review, we had 0 findings. So this FTE has really increased our capacity to be able to serve and support our multilingual students and families. Thank you. And with that,
Sorry, didn't mean to be audible. Obviously a very valuable position. Which position or positions fulfill these responsibilities in the primary grades? And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to assume those are not ESSER funded, that those were pre-existing before the pandemic, but can you just reassure me that those exist?
They do exist. It's often carried out by the vice principal, or our year-round sites often have a teacher who will do those roles on their off-contract time.
So it's what you were describing was the scenario in secondary prior to these. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to introduce Mr. Corey Jones, who's the Director of Educational Equity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, and community members. My name is Corey Jones, and I am the Director of the Educational Equity Department here in Elk Grove. And I will be focusing on the logic model for the equity coaches out of the equity department. So under the inputs, you can see that we have 12 FTE, and that stands for full-time equivalent. So 12 full-time positions. I'll note that 2 of them are currently vacant. So we are working with 10 filled positions. The budget for those 12 positions, you can see represented there in the inputs column. Around the outputs, or what these positions do, and the individuals in these positions do, first and foremost, they support the district with the development and implementation of equity priorities. We are responsible for the implementation of restorative practices, a district-wide implementation that's been occurring since the beginning of this school year. The coaches are specifically responsible for facilitating the workshops and PDs around restorative practices and aligning the district initiatives that exist in a restorative nature. They do a lot of coordination and collaboration with other district staff, specifically staff that are outside of the equity department, with collaborative planning, and once again, trying to align the support and the initiatives throughout the district. That's a big push and focus of equity for our department, is aligning the things and trying to be as impactful as possible with existing proven initiatives and efforts. The coaches have created and facilitated DEI professional development. They've created several choice and mandated sessions, and they deliver those at sites synchronously, asynchronously for district staff. Many site-specific supports you have listed there involving coaching and site meetings. Once again, presentations and trainings and PD, targeted coaching with staff, equity team support, the development of site equity plans, demo lessons, and consultation and observation around equity-related initiatives and work, and the development of district-wide equity-based instructional support materials that are used throughout the district. What we are aiming to accomplish are outcomes, really focusing on increasing the positive experience of our students, our families, and our employees, with a focus on decreasing the missed instructional time for students. You see the data sources listed there, surveys which have been mentioned many times before, surveys around with student staffs, parents, and community members, attendance data, discipline data, training evaluation surveys, and DEI evaluation surveys. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you to Chad and Lindsay and CJ. Just a couple remaining slides. So upcoming logic model and board communications. So we do plan on providing these. Today was getting you familiar with them. And in just a second, we can certainly you can provide us information if you'd like any adaptations to those. We'll probably group them, we'll group them by department. And where it says March and April, it's probably March, April, and May, just to keep it so that we're not burying you in logic models and giving folks ample time to ask questions. And lastly, this is simply more detail to the timeline that you saw earlier. So it just lays out what we've done since January, where it leads up to June, detailed information. And with that, there's two things as a reminder that we were hoping to receive from the board. One is feedback and really direction in terms of the process that we are using, going back to our need, our impact, and prioritization process. And then the other is we certainly want to provide programmatic and service information to you through these logic models. And hopefully you're finding those easily digestible. But if you do have any suggestions in terms of modifications you would like to see with that, we welcome that. And I'm going to step away for just a second because I need to get a pen and something to write with based on your feedback. So I'll be back shortly.
Before we turn it to questions, I just want to announce that there are no public comments via Zoom for this item. And do we have any blue cards for this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
Okay, and now I will open it up to questions from the board. I'll start with Mr. Fortuna.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, sir.
First of all, the information you just shared with us, I think demonstrates that considerable thought has been given to the process in terms of how we're going to evaluate positions, and I thank you for that because that's going to be needed. On slide 21, I just want to clarify that's just an example, correct? All the positions will be listed. All the ESSER funded positions will be
Yes.
listed. And that's the same question for the examples that we went through, physical fitness and so on and so forth, so that all the positions will have a similar
Yeah,
set
so
of data.
my
Yeah.
apologies, sir. Yeah, so this is just a screenshot of just part of the survey. So there were
Sure.
21
Okay.
positions that were listed here for need, and then the same 21 again for impact.
Right. Well, and in terms of what you have presented, is pretty clear, and I don't have any specific questions at this point. Certainly, I know I will have numerous questions and down the road perhaps, and once we have all the data in front of us.
One thing I
When-
would add, Mr. Fortune, I
Yeah.
apologize if I interrupt.
That's okay.
Is we viewed when we did this back in, was it January or February? When we did it with our principals. And then when we recently did it with our LCAP collaborative, when we finished the process, we asked for their feedback. And it was challenging even for some of those folks. And I would say for anybody, because what they're doing is, it means the only way that you could truly be able to rank is if you knew at a very, very granular level exactly what everybody is doing, right? And so we still believe that these are the folks that have the broadest area, but I just wanted to share that was the feedback and so that's why we're going to do it again with them, because they also benefited from crossover conversations about what some of these positions.
Okay, and that certainly down the road was going to be a question, and I know it's important up front, but it certainly is important in the back end. Is do you know what you're talking about?
And in essence, yes.
Yeah, it's really it just
Minor detail, yeah.
But I mean that's what it comes down to. Do you know what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And part of doing the pilot too, is I do think we're doing this because we want to make sure people's eyes are open and maybe they're looking for things that maybe they aren't currently looking for. So maybe the AA teacher wasn't on my radar, but let me ask some questions. Let me check in and see what's going the campus supervisor. So whatever all the different positions are, by doing this initial pilot, we're kind of, hey, get your antenna up, be paying attention because we're going to need to be able to speak intelligently to all this work. So if you don't know a great deal about it yet, there's time to still dig in and figure that out.
Yeah, and that's just an important issue for me because, we have someone in this building that I call the Phantom, because you rarely see this person, but I know intimately the work done and the impact. That correlates for me with a number of these positions that principals, and I'll just use that group, that principals have knowledge because of the person, in terms of that person being very, very active at a school site. Therefore, the principal has an awareness, while somebody else may not have the same kind of interactions, and therefore they know very little about that person. Now, when it comes down to the point of saying, okay, we need to make some decisions here, position A, position B, those become factors that have,
Yeah, I mean, the person that you're not interacting with on a daily basis, they may be so engaged doing really important work and keeping stuff off your desk that you don't even know they're keeping off your desk. So there's those kinds of conversations.
Yeah, and that becomes the important piece. And I guess you're going to try to get at some of that when you go with round 2 on the training. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
No additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So actually kind of sticking with this slide for a second. So you're going to be asking for a bunch of data points here, and I assume sort of boiling it down. Can you talk a little bit about how you're thinking about presenting that data in terms of, are we going to get averages? Are we going to get, because one of the things that I think can sometimes dilute data for me is when you see those averages, but you don't necessarily see, was it an average because everybody was sort of in one place, or was it an average because you had a bunch of people high and then a bunch of people low? And those are two very different situations in terms of what we're talking about. And I could see a situation with some of the positions we're talking about where they have extremely high impact for a relatively smaller group of people, whereas everybody else is just sort of bumping into them, here and there, but not experiencing that huge amount of impact. And that's information that I would want to know, as we're making these decisions. And so anyway, please take with that what you will.
It's a great question, and we do have an answer for that. I'll turn it over to Jeremy.
So the initial reports that we made to preview this data for the pilot, we just showed the average for need and impact with ranking, right? It's just the rank, the average rank. But we also provided an ability for folks to drill down and select an individual position and see the distribution of the responses in all 4 categories. So we do present that information. We can add that as a comparison across all these positions.
Okay, I think that'd be very helpful. And one other thing on this is, how do you guys account for in these positions? I'm guessing these positions have a variety of the amount of time that they spend with particular stakeholders. And so let's say that you have, in a bunch of these surveys, I saw students were overwhelmingly represented in responding to some of these surveys. So what about positions where they don't have a ton of time interfacing directly with students? And so students may not necessarily have a lot of information about, what does this person do? Oh, they don't really, they don't impact me a whole lot, but maybe they are coaching teachers. And so teachers are going to say, these are very important people, whereas students might see them a little bit differently.
You hit on another area. At this point, what I would say is that we're wrestling with the same thing. And we've had pretty straightforward conversations, not necessarily with our principals or with our labor group leaders, in terms of it's the group that's been putting this process together. And I just want to point out, our superintendent's had a lot of indirect involvement in this, where he's I don't want to say he's, if you want to take full credit, sir, you can take full credit, but he's been directly involved with Jeremy and I and others who are doing this. But the idea of direct service to students versus indirect service to students is something we're always taking into consideration. I can share with you, and I don't want any of our instructional coaches to be concerned about anything that I'm saying right now. They are not necessarily direct service to students. Their primary point of contact is with adults. And so when you're looking at and talking about, depending upon a day, if you're asking a principal on a given day and their campus supervisor at the elementary level was out taking care of students directly, and then you ask them, they're going to go, that's the most important person that I have on my campus right now. So we're taking all of that into consideration when we're bringing these things forward. But you're also bringing up the challenge that this is. This is not easy in order for us to do it. So we will continue to, but all of the questions you ask are very, very good ones. And they're questions that we were asking at the outset in terms of how we're approaching this.
That's the challenge of the work we do with people. I mean, if we were, taking a Toyota Corolla and we were driving it on the same track at the same time of day and the same temperature, and what we were changing was the fuel that we put into it. then we could get some very specific impact on, do you get more miles per hour with this fuel or that fuel? Do you kick out more fluorocarbons with this fuel or that fuel? And it would be much more scientifically and easier to do. That's just not who we are. And it's just not what we do. And that's why we're trying to, and again, today is about process. We want the board to be comfortable with the process we're trying to put together, feedback back and forth, because eventually in the fall, we're gonna start bringing you the, and what I don't want is late fall, early winter, people go, oh, well, this process is a mess. I never liked this process. So all the work we did doesn't do us any good. So that's really what today is. Are we comfortable? Can we all say together, we're comfortable with the process, and let's go forward and do this really challenging work?
Yeah, and I think that's right. And I fully appreciate that. And I think the process is good from what I'm seeing. I just want to make sure that there's, this awareness of these things so that once we start to get down the road and we start to see data, we're not saying, well, wait a minute, I want this kind of data as opposed to that kind of data. Like the more we can get, the more, because, obviously I don't want to put all of the onus on you guys to be, preparing all of this stuff. That part of it falls on us. We need to be prepared as well to make these decisions. And the more we can sort of see these different things and how they sort of fit together and move together, I think would be helpful as we go down the road. So just wanted to pop up those two things for you, but no further questions. Thank you.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Hi. When we look at an LCAP, when I look at a site LCAP, and they've made decisions to do certain things, there's an effective rate based on doing this gets you an effective rate of 4.2, or doing this gets you an effective rate of 2.3. And that's part of their justification for doing things on an LCAP. Does that make sense to you? Do you know what I'm talking about?
It does. And those numbers you're referring to are their PIC evaluations, which are on a scale of 1 to 4. And so if a PBIS program is a 2.3, they may have a goal to get it to 3 or above.
Okay.
And that's what that's referencing. So it does make sense.
I thought it was referencing a certain educator's book. Like it's our PIC information.
That's what I'm guessing, guys. I'm not necessarily, I can't say that I'm.
I'll follow up with you on that. That's when I look on LCAPs, that number to me makes it helps me understand why they chose that.
And one of the things, an important aspect or evolutionary, it confirms an evolution, which is historically districts and schools, your goals would be looking at, and you'd say our CASP scores were 50%. We wanted to go to 55. That's important. That should be an overall goal, but how are you going to get at it? That's what we've invested our time into, which is the outputs to get there. And so then you start to look at, that's where coaching, for example, comes in. It's very important because they're working with our instructional framework, and we have the teaching and learning PIC. And that's what's now being incorporated into the site LCAPs, is they aren't just looking at those outcome metrics, they're looking at the output metrics, because our theory of action is, and it's in alignment with what Superintendent Hoffman has said all along, which is the only way kids get better is if the adults get better.
Yeah.
But the only way that's going to happen, and ultimately, is if the adults get better at implementing the programs, and student outcomes will increase.
And there is the effect size that Marzano and other researchers.
Oh, that's what you're referring
That's
to.
what I'm referring to.
Oh, so you're referring to the effect size. Thank you, Chris.
In those situations, when sites go to do their LCAP, our expectation is they're doing a needs assessment. And one of the needs assessment was, we're looking between these two strategies, and between the two of them, this one has X effect size and this one has Y effect size. So we chose to go with X because the research shows that's a more proven strategy. But it also lines up very closely with how we're doing our PIC work. So those things kind of overlap.
Thank you, Chris. And more than likely, there is lots of reference. We've actually pulled out what used to be in the LCAP was a section in the LCAP that we were requiring them to identify research. And oftentimes they were referencing a researcher who did a great deal of meta-analysis and meta-research, John Hattie. And we pulled it out, not because it wasn't important, but it's because, quite frankly, our folks don't have necessarily all the time to both find the research and confirm it. That's why we're providing them the direction in terms of best practices that they then look at. But thank you, Chris. That's exactly what that is.
Okay. We're talking to principals. We're talking to I'm sorry, I forgot the other
LCAP Collaborative Group.
collaborative group. I think I sit here, when I sit here in my ex-teacher hat, where will there be a place we can see what teachers feel has been the most helpful for them? Because I have they are our front line. And what things we're doing, like you said, coaching, my reading coach was a saving grace when I started teaching. I mean, that's the reason my kids worked out so well. That has a real value, but like you said, a student might do it. And I'm really interested to find out, teachers are always getting asked for more, the kids are getting harder, all these things. What are we doing that helps them? And so that's just a key factor in my decision-making that I would like to be able to see somewhere.
And the teachers, excuse me, the area where teachers will be able to tell us what they need. Certainly that's the survey the survey that's coming out.
And teachers are usually broken out and that we'll be able to see it.
They are all staff, but we identify, Jeremy, do we identify them by, just so that we can disaggregate and confirm, but how we disaggregate that data?
Yeah, on the staff surveys for the LCAP needs items and on these prospective surveys that we'll be administering shortly in the spring, we ask them for their bargaining unit that they associate with, and we present that as one of the cuts of the information to break down these aggregates. So that will be something you'll be able to see for the EGA members.
Okay. I like Carmen's comment, like, do they know what they're talking about? And then like, do we know what we're talking about? Let's all go. So I appreciate this information. I just thought that was funny. And then I think there's always the option. I came from a Title I school, and so we had funds of our own. So some things, if you have the right person in the right job, it's done to an exponential level of benefit to the whole staff. And so there's so much to having the right people in the right job. And maybe if this is the right person for this job, that school can still figure out how to keep that person, even if we don't. Title I schools still have some power, and some schools have some extra funds. Not all of them do, but some of our most needy schools definitely do. And so I just want to recognize that it's going to be an imperfect process. It's going to be an imperfect process, but we value the people that are doing the work. And I just think it's going to be tough.
And Beth, to that point, obviously having, I've had conversations with groups of principals or even among folks that I spend more time here and just say, so think to yourself, the best teacher you ever had. And then if you're a principal, fill every classroom with that level of person. Now talk about your disproportionality and talk about what starts to happen. And they go, well, it's going to disappear. It's like, exactly. So that ultimately has to be our goal, is we have to fill classrooms with that. So, but what does that mean? So you can have good people. There's two things in my opinion. One is continuing to develop people professionally, and the other is fidelity of implementation. This is why we have taken the steps to do what we've done, which is define the principles of instruction. Otherwise, what I should be doing is defined by every individual that's out there. I'll use the example that's directly aligned to these ESSER funds, and that is our academic intervention teachers. We were building that plane while flying like we always do. And we learned a lot of lessons through that. And there is no question of the importance of those resources. But what we increasingly did is defined what they do. Now, this can sound like it's big brother or big sister saying, you will do this on Monday and you will do this on. It isn't that way, but it is clearly providing clear framework in terms of this is what this job entails. You use your skill and your magic to make all kinds of good things happen, but it's these 3 or 5 things that need to be done. And that's what we're monitoring it, because in the absence of fidelity of implementation, you can't evaluate.
I think when you're a teacher, you have your standards, and we put in a computer teacher and we have to provide a standard of you set a bar, and it's the same with the intervention teachers, which are amazing, but everybody it is, and group training and all those things. So, yeah.
I mean, it's an example, coaches. So years past, sites hired their own coaches. And you had each site had their own version of what coaches did. Now across the district, before you get to coach, there's a training piece that goes into place so that we're all working from the same framework. So when they're going out and supporting folks at the site, that work is being consistently done across the district. So that there's always the balance. We're a unified school district. Does that mean we do everything exactly the same lockstep? No, but our instructional framework, how we do instruction, we should probably be pretty consistent about what we think about instruction as our core work. So that's that balance that always the loose, tight fit of, are we making all the decisions at the site or at the district level and the sites have no autonomy, or do we have 68 autonomous sites that just do whatever they want that are underneath the Elk Grove Unified umbrella? And neither one of those is okay.
And that goes back to my favorite saying, excellence, silos and excellence. So we need to share our excellence.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for this presentation. And I appreciate the crosswalking with the logic models because it really, I think we've talked about what measurable outcomes can we look at when evaluating these positions and the impact they're having so we can prioritize them. And I think that, they don't all add up. And when I think about the equity coaches, I would even say that on the outcomes that it's about dismantling inequitable and racist policies and practices, that's part of what they've been able to do. And looking at those data sources is looking at those policies that we've rewritten by using that equity lens, by making sure that the equity coaches are sharing their knowledge with the teachers, with the principals, so that everyone can relook at the way that we do things. And so I appreciate being able to capture that information in these logic models. So I look forward to receiving all of that. It is going to be a lot of information. So I'm hoping that we have time to marinate and to really review it before that it's not like in a Friday BC and on Tuesday we're making decisions. So because I think it's really going to take time. So I would appreciate the ability to have that pre-work. Yes.
One more question, Mark. Since you're gonna be back with the principals to do a round 2. So what message are you giving them?
Just want to make sure I heard you, Mr. Fortune.
Why are they going to do the work?
Why are they going to do it over or again?
Yeah,
Based on the feedback that we've,
but in terms of the purpose, why did you do the work? Why did you bring them together? And what do you want them to have as an understanding before they do the work?
So in terms of the why behind this that we're doing, actually, when we did it with principals, Chris was there. It was we do a mid-year celebration of what we did, but also it's the time when we're starting to look to the next year. So the second semester is always the most interesting, in my opinion, in education, because you're working in the current year and really zeroing in on the next. And Chris came and walked through literally why we're doing, how we're doing this, so that they fully understand the importance of the information that they're providing, and we're confirming their unique perspective that they bring to this as some in the organization that have the broadest and deepest understanding of what these positions are doing. And even then, and that was part of it, is not necessarily everybody knows every position. Elementary and secondary, some of them were unique to one or the other. And so that's why we mixed up the groups so that they could share differing perspectives. We did it with our labor groups as well, is we split them up so they could hear differing perspectives from the differing labor groups. But Chris did a really nice job of laying it all out in terms of the importance of this work and why we're doing it.
The idea that eventually there's going to be a recommendation made to the board, and the board's going to make hugely important decisions about services that we're providing to our kids and our staff moving forward. And we need to give them, if we're going to come up with a recommendation, it needs to be based on something more tangible than just opinions. And that's the work we're trying to get dialed in. And with the principal specifically, it was your unique perspective of where you sit in this district, you do have an interaction piece that's different than anybody else in the organization. So that was one of the reasons we started with them.
And President Jamerson, just one last comment to your point about hoping that you have time. It's why Chris wanted, he wanted to meet with myself and Jeremy, and he was saying, so we need to start working on this. And we took, weeks to put some proposals together and meet with Chris, and he did a good job of picking these things apart and then piloting this strategy. But you'll start receiving logic models in the coming weeks, but we will spread these out, because if you think about the time that we will be bringing, I would imagine the time, it's dependent upon the direction I receive, probably early October. So you'll be receiving program information for months. And I'm not saying we're spoon feeding it because you're not capable of reading it, but we want to give you time, because I really do want to encourage you. And I know how busy you all are. We can set up Zoom meetings, phone calls, whatever is easy for you to be able to sit down and have the program experts walk you through this. So
Right?
that's the plan. I'm sorry.
The other
Chris.
from a timeline, standpoint, early winter next year, we need to be starting to put these things into some type of, because we'll be a year into a 2-year process with regards to one-time funding for these positions. So we're going to have to really start. That's how this is. That's why we wanted to start now. We wanted to make sure we're giving people information well ahead of time as we're working through the process.
Yeah, Chris, how will we blend that work with board priorities, individual priorities? And I'll give you an example. From my list of 15, we have counselors and we have social workers that are temp funded. Where in this process do we get to say we want them ongoing? Are we going to be able to do that this budget cycle? Because I think they have proven themselves, because they are a direct service to kids. They work at the school site, giving a direct service and hit all of the outcomes. In our budget work, are we going to have an opportunity to go over to look at board priorities and say, we think this is important and we need to do it now, as opposed to wait? Just like for me, and I think others, the elementary site school library techs.
I mean, the board
in terms of increasing hours.
I mean, the board can do whatever they want. Ultimately, the board has the authority to do that. The way I think this process is set up now is that we have we've told those folks those positions are in place the next 2 years. So we don't have to make a decision tomorrow. We've given ourselves time to be able to do that. We also, through our negotiation process and through the comparability study with some of those groups, we did some things within there to say, hey, we see you. We understand this is still uncomfortable that it's one time, but we are putting the process together in order to work through all of this. Where we sit right now with regards to our budget based on the 0.76 COLA may be slightly different. My thought process is we will have the conversation about all those positions starting in the fall, with the idea that, again, that's currently your perception. Not saying the counselors and the social workers I think they have great value as well, but you're going to have some more specific information to go along with that, along with some more specific information about all those other positions that are there as well, which leads to the overall conversation. So I don't think we're at a place where we have to make a decision sooner than we have to. And if we were in a situation where we were, $25 million to the good rolling into next year, then maybe, that was actually the hope that sooner than later, we would be able to point to general fund dollars that we can identify to start doing that. The funds aren't there in our current budget as we know it. It's going to change in May. But right now, we've taken care of people. We have them in position. But that's why I say next winter, we need to start diving into that list because in a best case scenario, we're able to make a batch of them ongoing, and the others that we still value but can't commit to ongoing yet, we may be able to use one-time reserves of the general fund to keep that, because that's the same thing that we did through that whole process last time. If you remember, we had the whole long list and they were all one-time funded. We put the people at the top and we just started working our way through it. And it took us about 3 years, but then we ended up getting all of those things that we wanted ongoing. We built in ongoing, and the things that were truly one time, we bought a bunch of buses and we did some other things. Those things were taken care of one time. So it's all interrelated.
It's all interrelated, but you and I philosophically are on different planets in terms of how we look at it.
I understand.
Well, when I look at build upon program, I look at the existing program we had. You include program you added through ESSER dollars.
We added.
And well, the board did.
We added.
We did. Fine.
Right,
We did.
Yep.
And I'm not negating the value. What I hold to is we already have had and have program in place that has positive outcomes. And if those need to be strengthened, when are we going to sit and talk about those? They are existing program, and that's where I was asked the question about, being able to examine need. Because from my perspective, we need to add positions based on ratio, which we haven't sat down to talk about. The established ratios, we haven't sat down to talk about them and look at the reviews. Like I say, I already mentioned library techs. I throw landscape and maintenance into that. They don't have enough people to do the job that's necessary at the school sites. The school sites look terrible in terms of the landscaping because they have limited hours. When are we going to talk about looking at what had been the established ratios and add more landscaping people? Those are budget discussions. Those are now budget discussions, not
they're budget discussions
25, 26 budget discussions.
When there's funding to do them.
Pardon?
Because when there's funding to do them, we could make decisions. We literally couldn't make decisions that were ongoing decisions for any such positions because we would put ourselves into a negative certification. We were $400 and some odd $1,000 to the good in the third year based on what we brought you in the second interim. So we could do some additional one-time things or people, but it would be adding to the list of 297. Unless the board was going to reduce some of those positions to do something else, but the board's given us the direction to this point for the 297 to keep those going this coming year and one more.
Right, because there's an investment. There's an investment in trying to keep the 297 positions. What I'm saying is, when do we talk about adding to what we already have, which has been negatively impacted and needed?
Yeah,
when do we do that?
We can have a conversation about additional things that the board is interested in. We have no problem doing it. Well, there's just no funding to do it right now.
But you're developing a process to put the ESSER funded positions on the table. I'm saying, when are we going to talk about the positions and programs we already have?
Well, the vast majority of what's on the ESSER list are extensions of what we already do. I mean, the EL positions we talked about we're doing EL services. We expanded EL services. The AVID positions, we were already doing AVID.
Yeah.
We expand, so almost
Right.
the vast majority of what's in there, and those priorities came through lots of feedback, direction from the board, and it's kind of where that's
I
where we are
understand
right
that,
now.
but you're not answering the basic question. When are we going to be able to sit down as a board and discuss the need in programs that existed prior to the development of the ESSER-funded programs and positions? When are we going to do that piece?
We can have a discussion. There's just no funding to do it.
We haven't had a discussion.
No, I said we can have a discussion.
Well,
We-
why wouldn't
Can I-
we?
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you have certain things you would like to get considered, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So-
That's- I'm sure
so-
you do.
But I think it used to be simpler and the whole ESSER thing threw things off because now we've created this other balloon. And so you're still wanting to bring up this and then we have this big thing. So I think it would make more sense to possibly talk about them at the time we're talking about the whole thing, because right now we don't have the money to do it. And then we're going to need to make some decisions and we'll have more fiscal information on going forward from that point. So at that point, seems like would be a more appropriate time to do that, to me.
And now that, I mean, you gave an answer to my question. I haven't heard Chris come up with an answer to my question. And now, I mean, that's a possibility to do it that way,
Yeah, I mean, we can.
as long
talk
as there's
about-
a commitment.
I just want to make sure we're clear that, you know, we have what's in front of us. And you know me, I'm a dude, this thing is in front of me and we're trying to make sure we're taking care of these people that we've made a commitment to. And we need to evaluate and make sure what's working and what we want to do long-term. If we want to supplement that conversation and say, these are the things that we're already looking at and these are some other things that we want to consider as we move this work forward. But my only hesitation is, are we sending a message to the folks that are those positions that are already there that maybe they're moving down the priority list when we that would just be.
So be it. So be it. Because I you know, my position was it was unfair to create all those positions without knowing how in the heck they were going to be funded in the future. So I have a sense of responsibility to those people, but I have a higher sense of the responsibility to the people who were already here, who are hurting and need to have adjustments made.
And most of those people that are in those positions were people who were already here. They've now moved into other positions and are doing, and so oftentimes, but our coaches are former. So we've hired some folks from the outside, but a whole bunch of those folks are people that were already here pre-pandemic that are now rolling into different responsibilities.
I'm talking about secondary intervention teachers. I'm talking about landscaping. I'm talking
understand.
about library techs. Those people haven't gone anywhere.
Agreed.
They're
But-
still here.
But the other 297.
They were here before the
No,
297.
what I'm saying is most of those 297 were here then too. They've rolled into different positions that we've hired behind them.
But we haven't dealt with the base issue of looking at the need for additional positions and additional hours in positions that were here prior to the creation of the 297 positions.
I'm not arguing that at all.
So what are we going to
It's-
talk
it's the-
about it?
We said, well, I'll talk with Gina about it, but we'll work through, but I think working through at the same time we're having the other, that makes sense. I can wrap my head around that.
Yeah.
You know, I hear you. I appreciate it. I want to trust you. I'm still waiting to talk about ratio. I'm still waiting to talk about so many things that was told we're going to talk about them, but I'm still waiting.
No.
So,
No, hold on. Comparability, we said the agreement was we get that done.
it's done.
No, it's not. We still have a group out. We're going to talk about, so we're not quite, we're almost there. So that's when we said the next set of conversations can start to happen. So we're right on the time. It's taking a little longer. This one's, rolled out a little longer than we all expected, but we're almost there. Those are part of the conversations.
So at the next board meeting, do we need to have an agenda item?
That's because it'll be closed session to start. Because of related, so it'll be related to.
No,
The initial piece was the request for closed session.
right. No, what I'm saying right now, based on the discussion we've been having, do we need to have an agenda item on the next regularly scheduled board meeting that addresses the issue of looking at need in existing positions, the pre-ESSER positions? Beth said we could talk about it then. That's fine. That's a
But
time
the
we can
process
do
to
it.
talk about what's on the next agenda is to go through Gina first, Carmen.
Yeah.
So let's follow that process.
Mr.
Gina, you will have it today.
Okay.
Mr. Porcino,
Let-
we'll get there.
Well, again, I need the commitment, not oh yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
So we'll get there. Now, because part of this is, it's very similar to the conversation that we had about facilities earlier.
I
Hold on.
understand those things.
$2+ billion in need,
Yeah,
not enough money to do it all.
right.
And so we're not going to be able to do it all right now. We're gonna have to figure out, so that's the stuff. If you're open to the conversation about, we're gonna talk about things that people have priority, but we're not in a place yet to bang the gavel because the money's not there yet, but starting to prioritize them, that makes sense to me. I'm uncomfortable.
I agree that a conversation is valuable. We need to have that conversation. We may not have a solution right away, but I think that we need to have a conversation before we can even get to a possible solution. So
I can deal with that.
yes, we can talk about how and when to have that conversation, because I think that you're not alone in wanting to have.
I mean, I'd throw a
Conversation.
secondary academic intervention teachers into that whole mix.
Yeah, but we also need to make sure that we have data and information to inform that conversation. So, so yes. So thank you, Mr. Cerruti and team, for the presentation. All right. Next agenda item
What's up again?
is change in board meeting location during renovations. Dr. Coates.
All right, well, good afternoon. So as we have mentioned many times, this room is getting a long overdue update. And as you walked in, you could see the images, the carpet. We appreciate the subcommittee who's come together to help make all of the selections. The demolition will start today. It's actually officially tomorrow. However, once we adjourn, we do have a ceremonial hammer and hard hat that we will invite everyone for a nice photo op. But importantly, we want to talk through what the timeline is, because it is a major disruption. So tomorrow is the official demo day for this room and the trig entrance. We are anticipating construction to last through November. And so that means that our board meetings and large meeting spaces, but board meetings in particular, will be moved over to the Cosumnes Community Services District. starting April 2nd. So we know how construction goes. In our first December board meeting or proposed, they have the room booked. So it is just even more need for us to stay on track and not have any major construction delays. So we do have the address in the presentation posted online. It's right here on Elk Grove Boulevard near here. Most things stay the same, but there are some really important changes. Our regular scheduled board meetings will continue to start at 6 p.m. If you are part of the closed session process, for the most part, it starts at 5 p.m. unless otherwise noted. Days like today, where we have special board meetings, will continue to start at 9 a.m. Live stream information, as Steve Mate has been so diligent working with the technology experts over there. We will be utilizing their streaming service. We will have a link just like we do right now on our website to the streaming link. It will also be on CSD's website as well. So there's going to be two options for people to live stream. The public comment is one of the most notable changes. They currently do not have a Zoom option for public comment. And so because we're using their technology and services, public comment during this time will move to in-person only. So something really important to note, we do have a message queued up that we'll put on our website and we'll share to make sure if we do want the engagement, we just have to come down in person and do so.
There is a good neighbor request that I just want to, kind of lay out to the board, is that the CSD, understanding that it can't always happen, but they would greatly appreciate a 10 o'clock end time for the meetings. I know, with relation to their staff, and when they're traditionally there to tear things down to make sure they're ready to go for their next day. They understand reality happens from time to time, but they would, the good neighbor piece would be greatly appreciated. And then the only other piece is the room will actually be, from an orientation standpoint, kind of backwards, in that the public will enter from that side instead of here. So we're going to kind of flop this whole thing so that the folks that are taking the blue cards can grab them, can get them to me, and then I can get, so just know from a seating standpoint, it's actually a really nice setup. You'll have the room. It's a really, but you'll probably be opposite of what we're doing. I feel like you're being in a mirror just because of how information is going to come in. So those are really the kind of two highlight things that I just wanted to make sure folks were kind of aware of.
I'm trying to think. Otherwise, we're trying to make the setup pretty much exactly the same.
Yeah, you will be sharing microphones, so we're bringing in our own mics. So there'll be a mic like between Sean and I, and they're very easy to move with the green button, turning on and off, and so we'll have a follow-up BC just with some of the details, but it's a great little space. We are greatly appreciative of the CSD staff and team. They have bent over backwards to make sure that this is going to work for us, and for my team, all the work you've done to make the adjustments, we appreciate it as well. And their chairs are pretty comfortable.
Yeah. Any questions?
I think we're good. Okay. And now we are going to go ahead and recess into closed session. So thank you everyone for attending. We will meet in closed session. And there we go. Close the public,
To make this relatively.
close the public comment. I would like to call this meeting back to order at 2:00. The board met in closed session and no action was taken. And I would now like to adjourn the meeting at 2:00. Thank you.